Hello everyone, welcome at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. We are having already one of the last rounds. Today in the studio we are working for you, women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili and Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. 3 minutes before the start of the round 9, Arturs, first of all, welcome. What are your predictions for today?
Yeah, again, another beautiful day here in Montesilvano, except maybe the weather is quite deteriorated outside. Major storm, big waves here at the seashore. But perhaps let's go see what's happening at the venue, because the games are about to start. We might have some very nice looks as the players are sitting at the board, concentrated for their games. Round 9, 3 more rounds to go, as you already said, Keti. Important matchups, because this is where the leaders of every age group, they're clashing once again between each other. I'm looking at every age group and things are absolutely not clear who is going to take it down, although we have some very clear leaders like in the open section under 18 or for the girls under 16. But I mean, if you lose one game, that's it. Situation dramatically changes.
That's right, and we are getting the camera one by one on the from the podium. Those are the participants who are playing on the first and second boards on each group. We have some of the sole leaders, as Artur mentions. Some of the categories we have 2 joint leaders under 14, for instance. Now we can see girls under 18. We can see players are getting ready. Due to the weather conditions, we had a little bit too big queue for the checking, but for sure everyone has to be checked no matter how bad the weather is. They will be checked. And here we have very strong handshake between these 2 players.
Even the floor trembled after the handshake. It was so powerful.
On the screen, we can see Alexei representing FIDE, adjusting his pieces. Another leaders board. Here we have under 14, the first board. And there we go, the handshake and start of the clocks.
And while the games are slowly starting, I think we can now use this moment to step back once again, have a look at the rankings in all of the age groups to estimate what we could expect. Here we see this very nice aerial view of Montesilvano, Italy.
Not from today.
Not from today, clearly, because there's such a storm outside.
It is actually, it's quite beautiful to see these huge waves from our hotel. And it's a perfect weather, Arturs, to play chess indoors. So right now we can see under 14 open and girls category. We do have a sole leader, Pavel Sovinsky, with 7 points. And then we have quite a number of participants chasing him very close, just a half a point behind. And under 14, we mentioned that we have 2 leaders, Anastasia Kirtaze and Afruza Hamdanova will battle it out in this round, who will be the sole leader, or they will be also joined by other 2 players which are following up. Let's now take a look under 16 open and girls section. Arturs, what do we have here?
So we see 2 Polish players clearly dominating in the open section. They played against each other. Semen was victorious in the girls under 16. Chikiao Wang is unstoppable. She also has defeated the second player at the moment, Alexandra Shvedova, representing FIDE. Darian Bondar is not so far behind. Let's move on to the girls and open sections under 18.
In the girls and open section under 18, we do have a sole leader in the open section. Alexei Grebnev has a point lead. He's in front of 3 other players. A very impressive play by Alexei. And in the girls section, we do have Rachel Wu from USA, a half a point ahead of 2 participants. And today, she is going to play one of these 2 players to maintain her leader's position. I think we also have time to take a look at the pairings on the top 2 boards in each category. And let's see what we have in the round 8, the most decisive last rounds. Arturs, what we have in the girls section.
So these are the clutch matches between the leaders all over, all the age groups here between the girls and open sections. Girls 18, top 2 places here. You see along the surprise of the tournament so far. I mean, yesterday she defeated the top seeded player Alakverdieva. Now she faces the sole leader Rochelle Wu, the only woman grandmaster in the field. Alakverdieva, one of the best players, clearly showing some very good chess here. She faces Leah Normagalieva, who I believe is having a very good win streak in the past games. Girl 16, top board, Daria Bondar. She was slightly lucky yesterday because she managed to win a completely lost position. Chikia Wang, of course, still going very strong with just half a point lost. Alexandra Shvedova has recovered after her loss versus Chikiao, and now she's facing Gulchesena Kayes from Turkey. Then we have girls section under 14. Anastasia Kirtaze faced the sensation Afruza Kamdanova, scoring 7 victories in a row after missing out round 1. And also board number 2, Iris Smooth from United States faces top seeded player Anna Schokman, representing FIDE.
All right, thank you, Arturs. Now let's take a look in the open section. The games have already started and we don't want to miss the opening moves indeed, but we have to point it out that in the open section, Alexei Grobnev will take his next opponent from Philippines. Mark J. Picaro will be the one who will try to stop him. And then we do have in under 16 category where the leaders are facing the Polish players who seems to be unstoppable in this category. And under 14, this can be the key match. Sava Tohin, the rating favorite, gets back on his first board, but he's now taking with white pieces Pavel Szowiński from Poland, who is the leader in this group category. It's time to jump into the chess boards and check it out, all the openings on the first boards. And let's start as usual with under 18 open section.
But do you see how many Polish players there were? I mean, literally 4 players were playing next to each other with a black color. It's quite unbelievable, really doing very well. But you're right, let's start with the first game. Mark J. Bakoyo faces Grebnev. What do we have here? It's Reti, and here Grebnev plays G6. All right. Maybe let's go move by move. I don't think that here Bakoyo was ready for this. Knight C6, this is very interesting because black is threatening to play E5, take the center. G3, bishop G2, white says you can play E5. I'm going to play C4 most likely. And battle for the D5 square. Again, there's a big theoretical debate how black can continue. G6, pretty smart, and I think that Keti, if white wants to do something here, he perhaps needs to play D4. D4, C6, and knight D4.
Yeah, that's one of the key moves here, but I see that white went here short castle. White wants first to finalize the development, and seems like this is heavily played move in this opening. And after castle, here black is taking his time. White has already converted 2 minutes from the clock, and it is very interesting to me how white is going to fight back in the center. Will be E4, C4, or somehow white will manage to kick D4 to control everything. So this is just start the day, and we will surely come back on this board. Time to move on the second board. We have here Ansat against Chernak. Ansat has been on the top boards for a few rounds already. He's showing an amazing performance. And here we have another Sicilian.
Right. Ansat has been among the leaders already for quite some time. His opponent, Chernak, we didn't get to see him on the top boards. And I think there's a very good explanation because he lost in the round 2. It was a very interesting start. The first game, Chernak, in the tournament, he got a win by default. I'm not sure what happened because I think this is also something maybe their explanation could be something related to the team from Uzbekistan missing their flight. Was this an Uzbeki player? I didn't check it. Could be because I saw he got a win by default. So first game, win for Chernak without a fight. Second game, he lost. So he essentially started the tournament badly, 1 point out of 2. And then he was able to pull up quite an amazing streak. And right now, Chernak is doing really well. And he stands on 6.5 points within the reach of the first places.
Yeah, indeed. So this is quite a long tournament, 11 rounds. And you can afford to make a draw early rounds or even to lose. And here we have this player from Poland, Timon, who is a good example. But Arturs, what this opening stands for, if we can dive in?
Yeah, let's...
maybe not from very beginning, but the...
Okay. Yeah, this is a very thematic line. Knight b3, white retreats with a knight from the center. Sicilian Najdorf has been, obviously, for many years, a very popular opening. Black plays bishop e6, combating the d5 square, and then I'm not really sure what happens with this knight. There's a couple of plans. There's an idea like knight c6, rook c8, or another idea is play knight e7, rook c8, and think about some sacrifice ideas on c3 to destroy the center. Many ideas. But this move h3 Keti, I think that white takes care of the g4 square, and I'm not entirely sure what Ansat has prepared to play next. Could be, again, depending on what black does. But one of the ideas I see here for white is to play f4 next, so that the g4 square is covered against some knight g4 threats. And also h3 could be a start to play g4, g5, gain some space, push away the knight from f6, sort of a Keres attack, and then do something good in the center. So I'm not really sure what Chernak is going to do here. Playing something like knight e7, bishop e7, or even h5 looks pretty interesting here.
Looks very interesting, and this move h3 becomes such a also moves like g3 become such a mainstream lately in the theory. They are not going in the very, very main lines, but trying to improve a little bit. So this is, once again, here Black's move to make decision how to develop his game. We do have time to move forward and go to under 16 open category. Here we do have Makar Rajat against Shriman Jakub. Jakub is doing great job. He is points points ahead of another Polish player, Klimkowski, and Makar himself, he is 1 point behind the sole leader and has been played quite impressive chess with only 1 lost and 1 draw. All the other games have been won by this player, 6 other victories. But if we just look at the board, this is something that we would not expect after 10 minutes of the start of the game. What is happening here?
Yeah, I mean, about Makar, I wanted to add that Makar lost in round 5. Versus Gasparian, also one of the top players, very talented player from France, obviously. We have seen him playing on top boards. But answering your question, Keti, I think this was some sort of English opening because I recall some of these ideas with a5, a4, pushing away the knight from b3. Let's just maybe go from the very beginning.
Yeah,
right?
let's do it very fast.
So that we get some idea. If we don't immediately understand what kind of opening, what kind of setup it was, we want to check it out. Yeah, this c6. I'm myself more of a fan of playing c6 immediately, which became quite popular, I believe, after a recommendation of Boris Avrok, one of the leading world experts in the opening theory. And he was the one, I think, who first said it like 2017, 2018, maybe, that c6, d5 is possibly the best way to play against g3. And I mean, the entire idea of this g3, normally white plays the reverse Sicilian setups with knight c3 and g3. But the point is that after knight c3, Black very often bases his counterplay against the knight on c3, bishop b4, and bishop takes on c3 ideas. But this is already something we already saw in the previous rounds. For example, yesterday's game, Klimkowski versus already aforementioned Gasparian. So here g3, the idea is to delay the knight on c3. So it's pretty smart. Knight f6, c6, knight f3, e4. Yeah, it does feel like some sort of a Sicilian and Lapin, except that we have colors reversed. White enjoys an extra tempi. I guess it should be important. Right, queen b6. This I recognize. So queen b6 hits the knight. I guess e3 creates too many holes in white's position. So knight b3 does make sense, and Black goes very aggressive with a5, trying to win the knight on the spot. a5, d3, a4, knight e2, and there is the answer why Black get this idea to play e3, because after bishop c5, castles, e3 is on the board, and this essentially forces white to take on e3, bishop e3, and retreat king h1. But Keti, I mean, this is really interesting because apparently the theoretical debate still continues, because Black now doesn't continue his development, and instead he goes very aggressive, knight g4, trying to hit with a fork. Obviously, white responds with knight e4, castles, knight c3, and d5. Wow.
And queen c1 is already on the board. It's interesting that these two players are following some of the games that has been already played. So I can see in the database that Vesliso against Fabiano Caruana has been played and has ended in a draw back in 2019. And it seems like these two players are well prepared for this openings. Earlier, Jakub at the interview here in the studio said that he prefers to have a short nap before the game rather than to spend hours in front of computer and get tired, but instead he wants to be fresh minded at the board and come up with all the great ideas that he usually is coming up. It is his move. He already played knight to e3, hitting the rook and the light square bishop on the board, seems like very sharp game ahead of us.
Right. I was wondering who is actually better prepared here, and we can see the difference in the times that Makar has spent no time at all, and we can see that their players are still following the game of Wesley saw against Fabi Corona, played 4 years ago. Well, and apparently Jakub has spent a couple of minutes trying to remember something. Now you can see on the live footage, he is looking at something, maybe trying to recall his analysis, and there is no immediate response from Makar. Not really sure.
So what is here Black's idea after perhaps taking bishop on g2, how Black will use the weaknesses on the light squares?
I'm not entirely sure actually he wants to take on g2. I mean, maybe he just wants to grab the pawn on d5. But I think it could be crossroads. We'll see. I guess we are going to get our answers very quickly because knight e5 feels like a more controlled approach, but then again white is feeling a bit safe. Knight g2 could be very dynamic, very challenging approach, sacrificing the pawn because look at this. Essentially, Black is down a pawn, and this is exactly how the game continued between Wesley and Fabi. Something like queen d8 maybe, hit the pawn on d5. D takes knight c6 allows Black to bring the knight in the game, and in the long run we're talking about some light square weaknesses surrounding the white king, so something like queen g5, f6 looks pretty weird. Can't be right. Knight f6? Wow, this was the game. Knight f6, knight f6, knight e4, hitting the rook. And if I go back, looks pretty wild. I'm not sure I even understand immediately. Oh my goodness. Rook f1. Look at this, Keti. Yeah, you can't take on g5. That's a mate on the board. If rook retreats, there's knight f6 threats, rook f7 threats at some point.
Wow, that's a wild game.
Yeah, this is what happened, and in the game, how this actual game continued. Black played knight e7. He gave up the exchange. White continued this wild game. For some reason, I don't remember this game. King h8. Knight f6, knight f6, e4. It's such an unbalanced position. Bishop d7, rook f6. Look at this. This is how the chess at the highest level is played. So Wesley was playing with white, queen e7, and yeah, somehow they managed to find this game to be drawish. Not really sure, but super, super exciting. Are we going to see all of this? I'm not sure.
Well, we'll figure it out what will be Black's response as knight is already on e3. Now Black will make decision. First white will make decision where to bring the rook, and this is the first time when Rajat is taking his time and remembering all the crazy lines possible, and then Jakub has to also has to find his way out in from this position. Very complex. You don't see it every day. Indeed, I think we can just keep in mind this game and move forward. The second game, we have Leonardo Costa from Germany with 6.5 points against Jan Klimkowski. Jan has 7 points and he is clear. He is at the clear second right now with his 7 points, and Jan had an amazing run, 6 out of 6 in this tournament. And after one loss against Simon, he yesterday managed to outplay his opponent in the rook endgame. He showed really high class in the rook endgame, and today is another day and another Sicilian. As we can see, I'm very happy to see so much Sicilian at this tournament.
Yeah, essentially Costa takes on 2 Polish players one after another, because yesterday he lost the game against Seman. Today he has to face Jan Klimkowski. This time he has the white color. And one thing, Keti, I've noticed in this tournament, the color plays a very big role, because I mean, Seman clearly capitalized very well on the one move advantage. He was victorious over Klimkowski. He beat Costa. Also, Klimkowski naturally suffered the only loss with the black color, and we have seen throughout all the other age groups, white scores better. And I think right now also Costa treats this as a perfect opportunity to try to get closer to the leaders, come back after yesterday's loss. He is trailing half a point behind Klimkovsky, so he is looking for this big fight. The game is sharp, but the actual position is rather unorthodox Najdorf.
It looks actually very interesting. Usually white has the knight on f3, and in this position white has knight on g3, so this gives extra opportunities to white to jump knight to f5 at some point, or knight to h5 if white wishes in some position. And Jan is taking his time here after a4. He is not making the move for 9 minutes already, and he's probably remembering how to proceed his game. I would just wonder here, like for instance, how black should meet knight to f5. Let's say black does something like rook to c8, which is such a natural move, and is knight f5 a move that black can actually be scared of?
You want to play knight f5 immediately?
I don't want. I just I'm curious what happens.
Okay, I thought maybe f4 knight f5 somehow. Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, I think this knight f5 somehow is, of course, looking as a potential maneuver. I'm not sure, because after this knight f5, we also have to understand that black might be thinking about this typical exchange sacrifice, rook c3, knight e4, and we would have to evaluate this position properly. Somehow, I don't think it's good for black, because normally these sacrifice ideas work well when white has castled a long way, not a short way, but let's not completely rule it out. But asking what should white do after rook c8? Maybe something positional like a5. You know, fix this weakness on b6. Also making sure black gonna play any knight b6, knight c4 ideas. And could it be that Klimkovsky here hasn't yet made a move that he's thinking? Perhaps he can use this opportunity to play knight b6 right now. I mean, it's a rather odd move in these positions, but the rewards could be enormous, because if he lands the knight on c4 and hits the bishop on e3, then it's great. But again, the question is what happens, for example, if white plays, let me just insert some random move, I'm not sure how good it is, something like king h1, and knight c4, and white just retreats with the idea to play b3 and either go back or give this bishop another roll. And what is this position?
Yeah, should be playable for both sides. I think after rook to c8, black is just fine in this position. After b3, black can even think of knight a5, knight c6, knight d4 ideas. Knight, on the other hand, on c3 is hanging. And I don't know, some sort of passive defense would also, like passive defense, I meant bishop b2, not knight d5, might also just met somewhere d5 in this position. And whenever d5 is played and it's fine, then black is just eliminating the weakness on the board and has fantastic position.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I think we still don't have enough information here. I mean, these are the kinds of positions which can go many ways. I'm also thinking perhaps Klimkovsky is considering g6 here. I mean, it looks a bit dangerous, it does weaken the h6 square, but then again, there is no future for the knight here any longer. So g6, maybe think about ideas like rook e8, bishop f8, do something there. Perhaps be even very creative with h5, h4 ideas, hit this knight, think about h3 attack. So even this makes sense.
Yeah, it's fine move, but also very committal, because after f4, white will open up all the dark squares, and there are some sacrifices, knight to f5 when it's the right moment. So g6 is very committal move, and maybe that's why Klimkovsky is now thinking in this position so long, because basically this is still the opening, and the next moves are very natural to you. If you play this opening, you just play all this, I don't know, rook to c8, or even d5 is a move. We have not even considered that. How about d5?
I mean, no.
Oh, it's no. Maybe knight c5 first. Knight
Okay.
c5.
Yeah.
Also stopping knight f5 happening.
Yeah, and if I continue with a5.
And
now you want to check
d5, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's quite interesting. For example, okay, let me try this. Takes, and not with the queen.
Queen, yeah. Queen takes.
But I think you're going to lose something. I was about to show the big threat. And I had a 5. And this bishop on e7 is hit, which protects the knight.
So maybe, yeah, queen has to be on d8
but
at least.
I think the same issue could be there. I mean, it's very tricky. I mean, I don't know for sure when to play this d5. I mean, I remember very clearly, Keti, my first coach told me about Sicilians when I was a kid. I mean, like 9, 10 years old. He told me, I mean, Sicilian defense, you need to do 2 things, either b5 or d5. If you play that, you're very happy. Well, it's not so simple. I grew up and I realized, but because even if we play this d5 or b5, the position opens up, and then it's very important to see what happens in the very next moves here. White might get the 2 bishop advantage, but yeah, d5, it's something definitely on the table, either after knight c5, maybe the same idea knight b6, and maybe the same idea rook c8, rook c3, take the pawn e4, play d5. It's definitely one of the key motives here.
Yep, and that's why here Klimkowski is taking his time. Maybe we can move forward to check out all the games and go forward board f1 under 14. Here we do have very interesting matchup. Sava Vetohin with white pieces against Pavel Sovinsky. How they reach this position?
Yeah, I'm really curious. You know, I'm looking at this position, Keti, and it's sort of deja vu what Vetohin played himself one of the early rounds where he played in the Sicilian Sveshnikov. He sacrificed his pawn on d5. He pushed his own pawn on e4. And now he is basically in the same role. Yeah, but let's check maybe first in the beginning. Okay. So what do we call this? The Meran, yeah. D takes, b5, bishop d3, bishop d6. Big discussion. I love this. So maybe if we step back here, black gives up the center willingly in order to play b5. One of the key ideas also is to play a6, c5. Here black went for a different approach. Bishop d6, e4, e5. Obviously the fight for the center is on. Castles, d5. This is not the main idea, but we can see the clock situation. Apparently both players were still within the prep. d5, knight takes on b5, so white wins a pawn. Now look at this, Keti. This is amazing. 1 hour and 33 for both players on the clock. Bishop b7. Sowinsky sacrificed the pawn to get some activity. h6, a3. The position managed to calm down a bit. e4, knight b6. All right, and now that we have reached here, I think we can perhaps summarize how can we try to evaluate this position. Because what I see here is that black has a pawn majority at the king side, pretty well developed pieces, and I think that Sowinsky would love to. I'm not sure if he can do it, but he would love to build some sort of a battery. Like queen e5, bishop d6, or bishop c7, queen d6, hit the pawn on h2, try to get the queen somewhere to the king side and start this attack. At the same time, white enjoys simply an extra pawn. The pawn on d5 is still there. So I think that, of course, with Tokin is very tempted to keep it. The first move which jumps to my mind, Keti, is something like knight c6 here. Protect the pawn, and I'm pretty sure that Sowinsky is not going to take it. He's going to play something like queen d6 to keep the game as complex as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yep, by the character of this game, it's going to be quite sharp. Let's move forward and check out the second game in the same category. Here we have from Vietnam. This player is somehow very impressive. I enjoy very much to see his games, and he is now taking in this round Alexei Prohorov, representing FIDE. They both have 6.5. We do have board 3 as well, the players with 6.5. So those are the leaders and who are still fighting for the gold medal. And Pam himself, he had an amazing run until yesterday's lost against Pavel Savitsky. What is this position?
Some Jabava London, it feels like. I mean, talking about yesterday, I think that Pam was a bit unlucky because he played a pretty bad opening against Savitsky, and this position that he had there, it seemed that he can take over the game, and he blundered in the time scramble, and Savitsky was victorious.
Actually, I checked Artur that game, and it was 0-0. He never, even with G7, Bishop G7, F5, it was still fine.
I had a feeling he can take over the game. All right.
No.
I mean, that was my feeling, how I felt it.
He blundered, obviously, this pawn, but never really had a chance to win.
Okay. So here, the idea here, I have played this myself with white. This is the start of the classical London, Bishop F4. G6, Knight C3, now Pam switches to the Jabava London, which is, I think, rather unofficial name, thanks to Badur Jabava, who has made some major effort here to popularize this line with Knight C3, Bishop F4, E3, etc. And I think that Black has to respond with E5, which is something that not always he wants to do because, yeah, there's no choice. E4 seems to be a very strong move. Knight F3, A6, stopping Knight B5 ideas. So here actually Pam was given the opportunity to play Knight B5, forcing Black to play Knight A6. He's decided not to include it. Knight F3, Queen D2, very common idea, play Bishop H6, long castle, think about inspired attack ideas H4, H5. This is precisely what happened, H4, classical Jabava London right there. H4, H5, long castle, Bishop F5, white is combating this square, and that's why he plays Knight G5 with ideas like F3, E4, and Knight E7 is played. Prokhorov has not been on top boards, but I haven't seen him so far among the leaders, but I checked how he's doing. He is quite underrated, only 1869 Keti, but he's been having a very good run, only 3 draws. All them wins.
Yeah, and really he has never lost his game, but holding all the positions is quite impressive. And now in the round 9, he plays on the second board. Talking about this position, Arturs, I myself also played Jabava London, but it's a big mistake to play Jabava London when Jabava also plays a tournament.
So you don't play the Jabava London against Jabava? No.
You don't play the Jabava London when Jabava also plays the same tournament. So he always comes to the board, and he is very critical, and he gets very emotional. And after the game, I played 4 times. After the game, I had a serious, like, I felt I was on a boxing ring, and he was like, "You have to play this, this, this. You can play this, this, this. Check my games, check the game." It was like really funny and really nice from him to tell me all these ideas, but somehow he took it very personal, and this setup is something that he really loves. And I remember this very line with the long castle and this idea of F3, E4, how strong and how powerful it is.
I have no clue. We can check it out, of course, because you see that white is perfectly ready for this breakthrough. 2 knights are protecting it, and if white is able to play E5, E6, while black's position could fall apart. So some drastic measures might be necessary.
If here in this position black is a bit careless and castles on the short side, white has extra positional idea here to push G4 to sacrifice the pawn, and after pawn takes G4 to push then H5. And in those positions, white also wants to play E3, bishop D3 to eliminate the light square bishop off the board. So this can get really scary here for black. Black is still thinking. The king is in the E8 square. He although made a move, and we don't see that yet on the PGN file. What it can be? I'm
wondering what it could be. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I was thinking that he needs to do something queenside based, and I'm not entirely sure if this F3 is E4 even such a big threat, because let me make some random move, for example, right? Let's say C6. So the point is, after e4, d takes, f takes, I might have bishop g4 and hit the rook on d1. Of course, if white is a very ambitious player, he probably continues in the same manner. e5, knight e5, tries to push e6, but this might be not so clear. But I'm really curious what the FIDE representative played here after the move f3. Do we see? We do not see. Definitely not a castle. And definitely not c6.
Yeah,
I don't see from this angle. I'm not having such a good sight.
It is really difficult. Is it e6? e6 here can be quite crucial. The bishop will be trapped on f5.
Can we go full screen perhaps to check? Because, yeah, we have this small screen we don't quite see. Right. There you go. There's so many pieces for black that... No, there's no pawn on d7, is there? Yeah, very.
Wow,
I mean, the knight stands in front. I can't make it. Yeah?
We made f3 out of blue, I think. White has not made f3.
Oh, white has not yet made f3. Oh, I thought f3 is such an automatic move. We assume that it's already on the board. Okay. okay.
That was so mysterious as black has this structure, but it's still white's to move. Okay, white is thinking. What can be the reason that he's thinking?
Maybe f3 is not as clear. It is very tempting. What other options he could have? Like e3? You mentioned, Keti, this idea to kill the bishop. Like e3, bishop d3.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know what black does, because after, if black castles short, maybe he can then play f3.
Yeah, waiting move, yeah?
Yeah, but then again, if you play e3, do you want to continue to play f3, e4, after already losing a tempo?
Yeah, you're losing the tempo, but this is not very sharp Sicilian that you would be worried about losing tempo. Yeah, what else black can do?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. All right, and while Cam is choosing, let's select another category.
Good idea to check it out. Next game, and this is girls under 18. We do have here the sole leader Rochelle Wu playing with black pieces against Huang Luang, who actually just beat one of the leaders in the previous round, and now with 6.5, she's sharing second and third places. And this looks quite known opening here, Catalan, where
I'll just check
seems like black has captured the pawn on c4, and white went to recapture it back with the queen, and here we have this position. I was actually recently working on this variation because my very good friend has created a chessable course, and I was like, I have to check it out, what's happening.
Who is it?
Srinath, Grandmaster Srinath Narayan, and I really enjoyed to play Catalan. I play Catalan all my life, and finally enjoyed the variations. It is black to move Arturs here. And one thing I just noticed in most of the lines, endgames are so comfortable for white.
Yeah, I guess we have to maybe show it on the board. For example, again, not entirely sure if all of this is necessary. Let's maybe put it on the board. Something like c takes on d4. I was thinking, not sure, do we trade it? Don't we trade? There's queen d4, of course, but I'll just show my point. Rook queen c8, rook c8. I was thinking, can we play something like knight d4 and takes, and somehow try to claim that we have a better control of what's happening at the queen side. But of course, I see that black can play knight c6 immediately. One of the key ideas in the Catalan is to occupy the c6 square, because black cannot put the pawn back on b7. Maybe it seems nothing to the other viewers, but you know, in the Catalans, the c6 square very often is a beautiful square for the white knight.
Yeah, for Catalan players, it means a lot to to have this square. You already see the future in it. After knight c6 here, maybe knight b5, and white will try to.
Which one?
D.
Two knights.
I think d knight would make a sense, and some sort of knight d6, bishop d6, knight c7 sort of moves.
Yeah, there's also some space grabbing with e4, f3. I know you're reaching, right? I mean, this is of course so far away. But these are the ideas. I totally agree, Keti. I'm also a big fan of the Catalan. And when I don't really know what to do, then Catalan is a very easy choice. Rochelle has decided to be solid in this game. So she's, I mean, her strategy, of course, is understandable. She is the leader. So if she managed to hold this game against underrated Luong, she keeps her lead in the tournament. She has had a rough start because she was losing against Alakvadieva a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, but to talk about here the chances of Rochelle, is this position, can we already say that it's the black equalize it, or still black is having some difficulties to find the proper squares for pieces?
I think it's very beginning yet. I can't really say for sure that black is equalized, because one of the couple of things that I know about the Catalan, maybe there are not so many. Black, very often, if you go back to the, I'll just explain the concept right here. Black very often experiences issues with his so-called Catalan bishop. I call it the Catalan bishop. Why? Because even if you play c5, c takes on d4, and despite the fact it's material, obviously balanced, but pawn structure is very symmetrical, black suffers because of this last bishop. And that's why one of the big ideas here is to play b6, which, again, the Bugovshin line. I think we discussed this at the very beginning of the tournament. Somebody already played it here. Very, very modern line. And the point is that now black supposedly immediately solves the problem of the Lascaux bishop. And if I remember correctly, Keti, the main move here was bishop g5. Right now, modern theory recommends as soon as the Bukovshin line became famous, of course, everybody was playing knight e5. There's the exchange sacrifice, queen d4. So Rochelle was trying to be ambitious, actually. But after the simple queen c4, bishop b7, seemingly black has immediately achieved what she wanted, right? She positioned the bishop on b7, and she did play c5. But I'm not sure if I would call this like an immediate equality, because she still needs to work here.
She still needs to work indeed in this position, and seems like a6 has been the move of the choice here for black. Maybe somewhere to stop knight b5 happening, maybe somewhere to think of b5 and to get the some space advantage on the queen side. We're going to keep the eye on this game, and meanwhile we can go on the second board. Arturs, you were mentioning these two players as one of the leaders in the competition, and Ayhan is very impressive. Very impressive, and look at this. She's trying her best in every game, and she has this very aggressive style on the board. Looking all the king side attacks, like right now we can see she kept the king in the center, and instead she starts g4, perhaps h4, h5, h6, or g5 is out there. I love this position.
I would love to go here from the very beginning. I can tell you a lot of things about this, because this is Sicilian.
But we will miss the games on the other board.
No, I'll do it very quick. I promise.
Yeah.
I'll do it very quick. I know I love lengthy explanations. So Sicilian Khan, very fighting repertoire. Yeah, a6, c4. I think. Oh, she started with a3. This is what recently Arjen Tari, one of the leading Norwegian grandmasters, played against me. As Arjen said, the key idea: c4, knight f6, knight c3. He said bishop b4. According to his high-level analysis, this is perfectly fine. And that's why this very strange move a3 suddenly started to become popular, because white avoids this line. No, knight f6 leads to different setups. Knight f6, knight c3, and white is thinking about the 4. Okay, I'm not going to focus too much on here, but if we just transpose the main line, this is one of the most famous setups of the Sicilian Khan, one of the most dangerous setups. Here, black played b6, bishop b2, bishop b7, f3, bishop b7, bishop b3 castle. And look at this, Alekverdiyeva is very smart. She's not castling short. Why is this? Because precisely of this reason where Kurmangalieva played d6, this is, I think, a risky choice. Black allows white to play g4, and g4 already has been regarded at a professional level as a very dangerous weapon. White is thinking about ideas like g5, push away the knight. Keti, you said this idea, h4, h5. But on top of this thing, there's one of the most sensational maneuvers. I remember it made quite big waves on Facebook a couple of years ago. Do you know, Keti, what it is?
No.
Absolutely stunning idea for white. This is what made waves. Funny. I remember like 3-4 years ago, there was a very big discussion about it. And apparently our dearest friend Stockfish supports it. Put the king on b1 after even having committed to rook c1. And then start his kingside attack. So I think here h6 would be a very dangerous choice by Kurmangalieva. And if I remember correctly, black was supposed to play rook d8 first. The point is after g4, black is better equipped to counter-strike in the center. So she did play this d6, or the so-called classical hedgehog, and after g4, now she plays rook c8. I think now she recognizes this threat and tries to talk out white of playing king d2. I mean, she could still play this. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Wow, king d2 is a funny looking move to me. Maybe too much for my taste, but we don't know how Ayan is thinking in this position.
But where's the queen? She already has moved the queen somewhere. It's a bit strange. From this angle, I don't see the... Oh, maybe it's just right there. All right, so yeah, right now, Alekverdiyeva is thinking about it. I definitely recognize, as one of the experts of the Sicilian kind, that she has chosen very dangerous continuation for black, which also is challenging the Khan system at its roots. And c4 is, I mean, itself the Maratziban, very, very principal way for her to play out. And so far, Keti, I mean, in this tournament, Alekverdiyeva has been playing some fantastic chess. She was very close to winning versus the current leader, Rochelle Wu. Very good game. She misplayed it somehow.
Yeah, and it's also very nice to see yet another very strong female player for Azerbaijan. We have Gunay Mamadzada, who just got her last GM norm. We also have Olvia Fatalieva. We have Gulnar Mamadova, and more and more. And one of the strengths of Azerbaijani female team is that they are very young players. And when you're a young player, you're not afraid of all the challenges. And you can even do some crazy things like you're suggesting now, king d2, king c2, king to b1, because you're not afraid. You're young.
No.
You want to try it out. And yeah, it's quite impressive to see her.
You should play it where you're young, yeah? Because later maybe it's going to be too
now
much.
I will not play king, please. What king d2? I'll just go do my stuff on the king side.
I think that she is looking at this move right now, because after h6, I think king d2 already would be on the board. Right now, she's thinking, should I play king d2 right now, or maybe h4? Because rook c8, that's the move I don't recognize. And you can see Kurmangalieva has spent quite a bit of time, and I think she recognizes the threats. Otherwise, we would not see rook f to c8 right here. Fantastic. All right, let's move on.
Let's move on. And the second board, what we have here, is looking quite peaceful compared to the first board here on this. This is the first board actually under 16, I guess. We moved the category as well.
Yeah, that was the next
Okay, so this is the girls under 16, the first board, and we have here Chuk Kyo Wang from China, and she is leading this under 16 categories. She has 7.5, very comfortable score. And her opponent is Daria Bodnar from Ukraine. She's underrated, 1900, but has played so far without any loss. Very stable player.
I mean, she should have lost yesterday because we're looking at her game versus Agnesa Teravatisyan, the current European champion. She missed this one shot in the opening. I looked at the game after the coverage. Was completely losing, but somehow she managed to turn the tables, start and inspire Kings to the attack. And the Latvian player, she just, I think, underestimated something. There was a big time scramble. Obviously, a lot of tears, I guess, after the game. Very unfortunate. But anyway, Bondar was victorious in the end, and now she faces the leader.
All right. What this game tells us? What can be the prediction how the game can continue?
It was some sort of bishop takes on c6, Ra Lopez. Yeah. So it seems. And there's some tricks where white retreats first to a4, then she takes on c6. Okay, let's not check the opening phase. Focus on what has hand here. I think that these systems, they are highly underappreciated. Because in the official, I mean, in the mainstream theory of the Ra Lopez, I think it was Ra Lopez, yeah? You tend to test out these main considerations. And I think that these bishop takes on c6 ideas for white, engines usually give it about equal, but I've always found them to be very practical. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we also have seen some very high-level games, but not still used as the main weapon. And I think that everything depends if white is able to organize so-called pawn play, because here, if you, at some point, you simply are not pushing your pawns, and they're stuck, by definition, your position will deteriorate, right? And that's why I think that white should be thinking either about d4 or f4, and apparently black has set up pretty good position to meet it.
Looks a very interesting opening indeed. They both have quite equal time on the clock. Shall we go forward and check out the next board in this category? What we have here is another leader, Alexandra Shvedova, against Sana Kayis Kulchan. And seems like we have very close position.
The Hungarian defense, once again, which has become more and more popular lately. I've always felt that Hungarian defense is a bit passive. So compared to some traditional openings, traditional Italian lines where black brings out the bishop on c5, here on the fate it's feeling very cramped. But then again, black is thinking about this idea of pushing d6, d5. And now a lot of things will depend on this, because I'm not sure if white already has played out everything correctly. Because I recall Keti, one of the main ideas here for white was to play bishop d2. If I may, I'll put it on the board. Bishop d2, and if my memory is not completely failing me, there was this idea of playing b2, b4, which is quite inspired game. And now the question is, how does it feel together with black's d5? So I guess you take it, knight takes, and then there were moves like knight g4, knight c4. I don't remember hitting this pawn. And then the big question is black not making too many light square weaknesses at the king side?
I think there is d4 here.
Might be.
d4 with some
could be
unpleasant sacrifices.
I'm not sure they work, but it could be. Like rook e6, and somehow you try to make it work. Now some queen f3. I don't know. You know, I don't know if this works. This d4 is, like you said, Keti, very common idea. Could be right now. I think also there's something like knight h4. Queen f3, knight f5.
Yeah. And knight g4 is also their possibility. I think even more scary looking.
You mean instead of knight c4?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't remember. I've seen this before. And the thing is, I don't remember when I say I've seen this. I don't remember if it's good or it's bad. But the thing is, I've seen this. And there's also the move knight e5. Something we already saw yesterday, sort of, in the very similar position between Arturs move against Anastasia Kertadze. Could be also knight e5, and the point is that you can't take with the knight, and bishop takes. I guess you take with the bishop, takes, knight e7, and again a big question is how to evaluate this position. Is this bishop worthless, or actually the pawn in b5 is actually a bigger problem for white to worry about?
I think it's a quite playable position. This one, black has its own ideas, f5, g5, bishop g7, and to play on the king side. White has its own ideas. You can play... yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you want to continue? Yeah, I'm going to
I
continue.
was talking, come on. It's okay, anyway. Yeah, anyway. Let's move on from
All
here.
right. Any other ideas here?
No.
That's it?
Yeah, you could. I was talking and you cut me off. Anyway, let's go forward and finalize the top boards before we take the break. And the next one is girls under 14. Kirtadze Anastasia against Afruza Hamdamova. Very important match between these two players. The one who wins here will be the sole leader and will take actually very important lead. So we can check it out, this position. And don't cut me off.
Okay. Yeah, we saw c-dex on d4, c-dex on d4 before. I think one of the key ideas here is to play d5, if I remember correctly. Seems very easy move. And usually these positions after d5, knight b4, bishop b3, white somehow enjoys the better space. And even if those pawns at the queen side, they disappear, I don't think they're going to disappear. This bishop on e7 is pretty bad. It's staring at the pawn. The bishop on b7 is staring at the pawn. And white somehow usually is better in these positions. And I think this is also precisely the reason why this entire system we didn't see it a couple of moves ago right here, why the c-dex on d4 is not as popular. That's the way I understand it, right? Because if white is forced to take with e5, then black is usually pretty happy. If white plays knight c3, well, it's, I guess, a different continuation.
Oh, well, this knight was on a5, which was looking quite nicely to c4 square, but then Afruza took it back on c6. Is she actually planning to capture the pawn on d4 if white allows? Or what's her idea, knight b4 to go after the light square bishop?
I don't know.
But it's clear to me that according to the time, black is improvising here already at this point.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's ideas like queen b6 here. Try to be aggressive. Then again, white continues with bishop e3. I mean, knight c3 definitely is a move for white. But I think I would have already pushed d5. Maybe I'm too much of a big fan of d5 systems for white. So whenever I have a chance in Real Lopez, play d5, especially if the bishop is on b7, I play d5. I love these space advantages. Maybe black can take on d4. Ignore that she has a weakness on d6. And somehow try to activate those pieces with knight e7, knight c5, bishop f6. What do you think, Keti?
To be honest, I like this position more for white because it's more open, and black's pawns are more weak. Maybe black still has this nice ideas of knight d7, knight c5, but white should be fine in this position.
Okay.
Would you play? She made a move or not yet? Not yet.
Not yet.
She's thinking. She is thinking.
Looks pretty good for the Georgian player. Of course, big matchup. Two players with 7 points. Hamdanova actually is unbeaten here. She should be with a perfect score. I mean, she has a perfect score. She has simply played one round less than everybody else. Would be quite phenomenal to see her finish in the top places, despite having played one game less. Fantastic player. We have one more game to check.
Let's go. Let's check it out.
That's the girls under 14 second board. The American Irish move from New York. She is facing Anna Shukman, FIDE representative. Some French. there's many openings which can lead to this position.
To me, this black side of the board looks very similar as the girls under 18, the Catalan, but from white side it's a different structure. Looks very, very open position, playable from both sides. White has its own ideas, maybe to start the king side attack, as the bishop from d7 is aiming to h7 square. Black has already eliminated the center, and now Black's has to take care of the development of knight and the rest of the pieces. I think Black will a little bit struggle here to find the correct square for the queen, and there are also very unpleasant jumps like knight to f5 that I really don't like to see. But overall, seems like playable game. Anna Schuchman and Arturs Mob, they both actually have 6.5 points, and they're still keeping chances for fight for gold medal.
Right. Yeah, these positions, I think that Black has to survive here, the first moves. And I completely agree, Keti. All of these ideas you said, maybe there's also knight e5 somewhere, knight f7, knight e6. I like that all of White's pieces, they are focused for a potential kingside attack. At the same time, there's usually no help from the pawns. And if there's no, like, critical attack, Black in the long run can take over the game. Something like rook e8, knight e7, knight f8, knight g6, because Black also has a pretty healthy position and one central pawn. That's the way at least I treat these positions. So I guess we are going to see the players have a longer thought after the opening phase, already having spent almost half an hour. This position for them is pretty fresh.
Yeah, can be also quite promising for us to see a very nice continuation. Now we're going to take our first break because we have covered all the top 2 boards, and when we come back we can take a look rest of the top boards, meaning 3rd and 4th boards. So guys, this is FIDE World Youth Chess Championship round 9, and don't want to miss any of the actions. We'll see you soon. coming back at FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. Round 9 has just started an hour ago, and all the games are very promising to us. Keti and Arturs in the studio. Arturs, we already have some of the excitement on the board. What will be the first game that you would like to pop up on the screen?
Wow. Well, first, of course, welcome back, everybody. But there's one game which promises a lot of fireworks, and that is the open section under 14, the second board where the former leader, Pham from Vietnam, he's facing the FIDE representative, Alexei Prokhorov, and this position, Keti, is anything but boring. There something crazy happened in the center.
Seems like White has combined two ideas of e4 and g4 together in this position. And if we just go 2 moves back, that's where we stopped. They have not made too many moves. On move 9, here White, after thinking some moves, he made this move f3. Black blitzed out c5, and then White decided to take on c5. And Black played d5 to control the center, attacking the bishop. And instead of bishop going forward, White also says, all right, I'm here too. I can also do the same. And plays e4. Artur, this is very sharp.
Incredibly sharp. I mean, it's quite amazing, Keti, that White keeps the bishop just hanging like that. So, I mean, you would expect normally the bishop retreats to h2. Black plays, I guess, d4, this knight on c3. Look at this. Maybe I put it on the board. He has nowhere to go, really. I mean, no good squares. You don't want to go back on b1. And I guess this is the reason why Pham decided, okay, let's rip it apart. e4, d takes, g4.
Wow.
And what happens if I take on g4?
What if everything is captured? Then I suppose he wants to take now with the pawn on e4. F takes e4.
Oh.
So he took g4 square under. If he does now, pawn takes, then bishop g4 comes on the board. So his idea was to play g4 first.
This is a brilliant point.
Black to capture the pawn on g4 and then to take on e4.
And then we have something very positional as e takes, e takes. And how to evaluate this? You know, Keti, I think that I can appreciate White here. That's how it feels, because this king is oh so open. Short castle doesn't promise any safety. F takes on g6, h5, you mentioned this earlier.
Yeah, bishop c4 also to hit the pawn on f7. And well, in this position, it's indeed very difficult to evaluate the position. But if we start with the king safety, White's king is way much safer here. And Black still needs to figure it out, to castle here or to keep the king in the center, which is also quite dangerous.
What would you play? I mean, if you are here in this situation, I imagine that e4, g4 is something that you don't expect. And now that you're facing this move, like usually I think there's some sort of a gut instinct. What should be your response here? Is it even possible in such a sharp position?
Yeah, I think I would take the pawn on g4. I would go for some trades here. So I will take the g pawn, then f takes c4, and then take the bishop on f4. And after this move, probably here to find a way out, which is so difficult when I'm looking now.
Yeah, this king is very vulnerable. I have a suggestion. If we may go back, after this, where was this? After g4, maybe Black wants to keep the pawn on e4 to have some shelter. So I think it could be something like take it, take on f5, and now the king side is a bit more closed, and maybe this is something worth to investigate. For example, hit the queen. It's very wild. And White enjoys this, I think, very much.
Yeah, king safety. Anything can go wrong here in this position. White can afford as long as White's king is safe, and as long as Black's king is exposed. Wow, what a game.
All right. All right, and you can see Prokhorov is thinking, so apparently the Vietnamese player has found a brilliant way to complicate matters. Visually, I like his position more. Looks pretty good. Shall we continue more games?
Arturs, how about we take a look at the third and fourth board in all the group categories, as we still have on those boards some of the leaders. So for instance, we have here under 18 category, board 3, Jakob Cheesy against Volodar Mursin. Volodar is first-seeded player, but he has been struggled to winning the games here in this tournament. What this position tells us?
I think that black is better. So I saw this position briefly before because Cheesy, he was aiming for the king's Indian attack. But now we have essentially reached a position which normally is with a different color, meaning white is playing the king's Indian defense and thus is being slightly cramped. At the same time, I'm not sure where exactly is white's attack, as you're supposed to attack at the king side, because if you play something like g4, g5, you want to go for this attack. I do see the black king still in the center. And this is precisely the reason why Mursin is not castling. So essentially there's two ideas. Black is thinking about playing at some point c4, take on d3 and push this pawn. White is thinking about starting a kingside attack, but we might see something else because the way Mursin has played it out, he is up for a long castle here.
Yeah, that was the question that I wanted to ask. How serious this plan can be here for Mursin to castle on the long side, and how safe it can be for him to castle on the long side?
I don't know. There's something I noticed about this position now that I had more time to think about it. Mursin is missing the light square bishop. And I'm not entirely sure how this affects the evaluation, because if he would have the same position, for example, with a pawn on f6 and the bishop on f7, I think he would be much, much better here already. Because usually engines, they love these positions from the traditional white's perspective, meaning we're talking about the classical king's Indian defense. But his bishop is missing. And that's why I'm not sure, Keti, here, even if he does push the c4 and take on d3, why he does this? Because he's missing this bishop and white has the light square bishop here. So it's going to be
very interesting. Very interesting position indeed. Just the start of the round. Arturs, may I suggest a very interesting game? This is girls under 18 board 3.
All right. Good suggestion.
And in this position, if we just go and move 9, just a few moves back, white decided to sacrifice the pawn on d4, and black took it.
Oh, just a second, yeah. So I think we were missing a couple of moves, yeah. Yeah,
and it got updated too. Okay, so black took it, and in this position, after knight to f3, queen to, like after this move, I just checked that there is a funny looking line. For instance, if black keeps the queen on the king side and plays queen to g4, black will eventually lose this queen here on the other side of the board, because there is h3. And there is this kind of ideas to play bishop e2. And here what white wants to play next move is knight to g5. Then bishop to g4 and g3.
Oh.
And this is inevitable. You can't really stop that happening without giving some material.
So let me just put it on the board. Let's say here. And there could be, at some point, is bishop g4 and g3.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So instead of this, black went to the other side of the board. Queen to b6. They have played more moves. Queen to a4. Now black tried to trade the queens again. Queen to b4. Queen d1. And in this position, black did not repeated the position, not queen b6, but now black is very ambitious. She wants to win this game and plays knight to c5. And we have once again this position with queen to g4 on the other side of the board, h3, queen h5, and instead of knight bishop to b5 check, there is bishop e2, and you are finding yourself into the same position.
All right, so knight g5 is a big threat.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm not entirely sure about this entire system because this is something I remember. It was already quite a known idea when I was a kid. And back then, I could not understand it. I could not understand why you are giving up the pawn on d4 just like that. It's a healthy pawn. It's a protected pawn. And I had major fears about it. But then, I mean, as I grew up, I learned to understand that not everything is about the pawns in chess, and it's all about the lead in development. And Keti, I'm not entirely sure about this queen a4. We see this is one of the most played continuations here, but the white can sometimes ignore this pawn and go for some inspired kingside attack. And I think that Zhurova's idea of the queen a4 was to launch the queen on g4 and start this typical kingside attack.
Nice. Yeah, very nice.
And yet, queen c2 is the main move here, not queen d1. Very interesting. All right, but look at this, Keti, what happened? She gave back the check on b5. She decided not to go for bishop e2. She decided to go after the king, and the queen is back again on a4.
Yeah, but I think after bishop to d7, there was still bishop e2 idea there. But if you are not looking this position as the blacks have a problem with the queen, you will not play bishop b5 and then bishop e2.
Then she should have played it immediately.
Yeah.
Like here, bishop e2.
Yeah.
All right, then knight g5. Maybe once again, let's maybe try to make it work.
Bishop d7, knight g5, queen h4, bishop h5 first, attacking the pawn on g6. Now bishop g4. Yeah, g3.
Checkmate.
Queen mate.
Queen mate. All right, beautiful idea, but we have something else on the board, and now white is back at the idea to play queen a4. This pin is quite difficult to deal with because black cannot castle short, the knight is hanging. If black plays rook d8, it's going to cost her something in the queen side. And now it is Balabayeva who has to figure out, does she have time to play a6, b5? But white might continue by bothering her with queen c2, queen c6.
Very, very tense position here for black, and somehow both queens are on the other side of the board, and seems like to me that white queen is doing the job and black's queen is somewhere lost on the on that side. Arturs, I could see this a serious problem for black.
Visually, I like white. I think that Anna managed to get exactly what she wanted. So perhaps she knew this idea of bishop e2, but she was more compelled to go for this continuation. Looks all right. I think we probably should select another game to follow.
Yeah, we can maybe go ahead and check 16, 14, and all these boards. So
this is open section under 16, where we have Esmet message playing with white against Diego Macias Pino. We saw him already earlier in the previous rounds playing at top boards. Pino, he lost versus Jan Klimkovsky, whichever round it was, round number 6, I think.
That's right.
Yeah, and these are very tricky positions. I think black is perfectly fine here, but again, everything depends on the pawn play, right? Because white plays rook b1. White is thinking about b4 idea. At the same time, black is very solid, but having some difficulties to push those pawns forward, to generate targets. There's no e5. The pawn on d5 is under attack. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's very early stage of the game, Keti, here. I don't know yet how it's going to turn out, because this is usually a crossroads situation where the game can go either way.
Yeah, Arturs, in the same category, there's the next board, board 4, a very interesting game. We can check it out. You don't see this happening every day.
There's some cluster of pieces in the center. How did they get here? Okay. What is this?
Yeah, we need a moment of silence here to understand.
A moment of silence for the positional players, yeah? All right, but how did I get there? I just want to have some backstory. He sacrificed the pawn.
Wow, look at this bishop on g2. Wow.
Well, well, well. Well, there's many ways to continue. I mean, if white is running completely out of ideas, then of course he can just take on e7 and force the white king to walk. This already means something. Black threatens to play bishop e7. And maybe after that, white can take on e7. But I think, of course, here, Ergal, Suleiman, with the white color versus Eric Zhao, is thinking about more concrete continuation. So,
can we do en passant here?
Yeah, I was wondering about it exactly.
En passant.
G takes, I guess you take with the knight. And I now could take either on e7 or go with knight b6. Who knows? This is so wild. Somehow visually, I want to take on e7, but I don't know.
Yeah, and in this position, actually, Black has spent a lot of time. I think he's down to 30 minutes. To take the pawn, central pawn on e4, it's also quite a brave decision.
Right.
And also for white to push these pawns is another wild decision. But to me, the black does nothing wrong here. Just capture the central pawn who's hanging. What else to do here?
Oh, look at this. Actually, it started before. Because white played g4 already with the pawn sacrifice. Rook, knight g4, rook g1, or even knight e5 ideas. So clearly I can see Ergali here being still in the prep. I mean, 1 hour and 25. I haven't seen it before. b5. And yeah, I think it's not safe to say that Suleiman here was out of the book. b5 seems to be a new move, because so far I saw the database bringing out one game. Now this is a fresh position. And after e5, of course, that's why white is spending here a lot of time. All right, but continuing the thought, I mean, somehow I think that g takes on f6 is the right way to go. Knight f6, I want to take on e7. Maybe it's wrong, who knows? And I wanted to open up this position and somehow use my two bishops. But then again, black is still pretty solid.
Yeah, looks quite complicated position. You don't know who is actually better in this one.
That's right.
Both kings are equally weak. The pieces are active. I think black has a bit more active knight in the center. But white has, on the other hand, long diagonal from g2.
I'm looking at some crazy ideas. Can I show them?
Yeah, please.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Probably
nice.
This is bad. Yeah.
After pawn takes?
Yeah, after pawn takes. I was wondering if there's knight f6. Now the point is, queen takes bishop e4. The rook is hit. Although there's a check on h4. If you ask me if I calculated this, no, I did not. But my point was that after something like g takes on f6, I was thinking some queen h5 idea, but probably it's ridiculous because white already is down a piece here. I don't believe it. It just looks so much fun.
It looks good, actually. I'm starting to like in here white's position.
Yeah, king f8, f
Castle.
takes. Yeah.
Bishop, yeah. Castle here at some point.
Castle, exactly, yes. But I somehow I don't believe it myself because there's queen f6, a bishop e4, I guess, and queen h4. Your king is walking now, and show castle could be pretty wild. King f1 is bishop h3.
The white has exact problems that black had in the previous
Precisely.
position. Wow, what a crazy game, actually.
Yeah, I mean, knight e5 is nice, but black also might have something to say in this matter. All right.
Well, this game is getting, I think, more and more wild. Soon we're gonna have the next moves. Maybe we can keep the eye to the other top boards going forward. Under 14 open category, board 3, what we have over here.
Right. This is also a fight between two leaders because Magnus Ermich is having the same amount of points as, for example, top player, one of the top players on top board, Sava Vetokhin, 6.5. Also, Patrick Czeslak has the same amount of points, 6.5. All right. Ermich already has been a frequent guest of the top boards. Patrick Czeslak, I don't think I've seen them. Could be also one of the players who started slower than everybody else.
Yeah, he has actually has not lost any game, Patrick. He has made 3 draws and won the other games. What this position tells us?
Well, probably black is perfectly fine. I mean, I do see that black is underdeveloped. The bishop on c8 doesn't do anything. But at the same time, when white goes for these positions, he wants to start a king set attack. I don't imagine this being the case here. Black is perfectly ready to meet it. Also, black is pretty ambitious with the queen side, like b5, bishop b7. And from my experience, Keti, this is one of those positions which maybe I had the wrong feeling when I was looking at one of the girls under 14 category, Anna Shulkman with black, and with white was, already forgot who. One of the top girls, obviously, top boards. And they had the same pawn structure. And from my experience, when you play these positions from the white's perspective, you're hard pressed to show something, because if you don't have the so-called pawn play, you risk to get worse position. And that's why I think that this b4 was a very nice idea by Ermich to generate some targets at the queen side. Although I think it's still very balanced.
Yeah, before AB has been played very fast, and now with this trade, white is the one who will control the open A file. Now black has to make decision either to take the rook or to move away from this file, and black controls D file, white controls A file. I agree that the position seems to be very balanced here for both sides.
Right. So let's say rook A1 or rook A1. I don't think there's knight E5. Actually, you need to be tactically alert to some tricks. I mean, knight E5 normally would initiate some trades, but I see there could be issues with unexpected rook A5. And maybe somehow black keeps the position together, but...
B5.
Oh, wait, I'm missing B. I thought B5, rook B5 is... Yeah, the bishop is protected. Okay, then there's B5. Okay, then maybe knight E5 is even a move. But the thing is, again, we have to remember that this is a very competitive tournament, and all of these players, they're looking for a fight with any color. And if black plays knight E5, forces a lot of trades, maybe this is exactly what white wants.
Yeah. How about b5? We saw this move earlier. How about black starts the attack on this side himself?
This is what I like, absolutely. b5, I guess you go away. I guess. I mean, there's, of course, b4 intermezzo, but okay, let's say knight e3.
Yeah, something like bishop b7, 95 ideas.
No, I totally like black here. And maybe, okay, maybe white has different ideas. Maybe white can fix this as a weakness. But Keti, I mean, this is a position which can explode. Because imagine yourself, black plays into like queen h5. Look at this. Strong bishop, strong queen, 95 ideas. Looks very promising.
Yeah.
For Patrick.
Looks very, very nice. Indeed.
And now after rook a1, black is thinking about his choices. Knight e5 is a move, but I think b5 is slightly more ambitious. We'll see. Maybe actually, you know, Keti, maybe actually this is where this b4 does make sense, now that I start to look at this. Because b4, if you play queen h5, maybe I play knight e6. Stop your bishop b7 and hit a pawn on b5. Could be a very important minor detail.
Yeah, yeah. This pawn on b5 can be itself a target of whites. So if the things goes wrong for black indeed, and this d6 square seems to be controlled. Maybe queen e7 should be the move.
And now I go knight e3, and now you don't have this attack, and now I hit your pawn on b5. I mean, chess is so full with these small details.
Resources, yeah, very resourceful. In position that you feel that it's winning, sometimes you have some very final resources that keeps this game going on. Let's go forward, us two, and go girls under 18, board 3. We have actually checked this one. If we have any more updates, black was actually struggling last time we saw this. Bishop c5.
Yeah, she played bishop c5. I guess the idea is to play king e7. Maybe even rook d8. Now that the pawn on e7 is protected by the bishop. Well, the general logic dictates if white wants to do something, she should open up the position pretty quick. So I'm wondering, is there bishop g5, rook c1? Looks legit. Also stops king e7, by the way.
Yeah.
Maybe I can put it on the board. Let's say h6. Oh, wow. There's some crazy lines here. Okay, I guess I play here. And my big idea was, Keti, that after rook c5, there's g4. What
rook
is this?
c7?
Yeah, that's the point. I didn't calculate it until the end. And now I forced you to trade queens. Because h takes is a mate. And I guess you take. I guess. Who knows, really. And my point being was, maybe I'm happy here, but probably I'm not. What do you think?
I think white is happy here with the active rook. Maybe rook to c1. Next move to control the whole file. Rook c8 is a threat. Knight g5, so on and so on. Yeah. Shall we go back maybe after bishop c5 and bishop g5 when h6 has been played? Shall we play here bishop to e3 to trade the dark square bishop, and also to open up the f file?
But then do we need to include h6? That's the question.
Yeah, maybe yes, maybe no.
Okay. Let's include it. We don't
somehow, I don't know, it somehow looks fine to include. Because in some lines there is no queen h6, but it's like very minor detail here. But the thing was, like, after king e7 now, if black wants to make this artificial castle, white has the check queen b4. Kicks back this king, queen b7 is the move. You are stopping castling rook c1, rook to c7, and so on and so on.
All right, so I can assume with black, I need to protect the knight on d7 so that I can castle short.
Yeah, so rook to d8. Shall we now try queen to b4 still?
Could be, but there's also the pawn on e5 under attack, and now it's 2 pawns. Although you can take those queens and pawns back.
Very interesting.
Yeah, very tricky. I mean, I think that if black runs away from the center, Keti, then she's completely fine. But there's this minor detail. If she makes it away from the center.
Wow. Very, very interesting. And also there is this move after bishop c5. White is thinking here for many possibilities. If we just come back bishop c5, can this b4 change something here? in here, yes.
I guess I go here. By the way, who said that white even has to play this bishop g5? I mean, I said it. Right? I mean, I said it. Okay, but maybe it's enough to play some slower move like bishop d2. Or maybe even
Bishop
play
b2.
bishop d2 immediately.
Bishop b2 to at least guard the
Bishop
pawn on
b2.
e5.
And rook d8, I'm about to castle. I mean, my idea was that perhaps white waits for black to play rook d8, only then play bishop g5. I mean, there's so many tricky order of the moves here.
That's a good idea, actually.
Yeah,
That's a good idea, actually. But what we can assume here is that white feels very comfortable to have this pin, and it's more than worth it to sacrifice the pawn for this complicated position for black.
Even bishop d2, rook c1 makes a lot of sense here. Either way, the game still continues. Perhaps let's have another look at some of the other top three boards. My suggestion, Keti, is we move to the girls under 16.
Yep.
Where we have Leila Shakhradova playing against Goldona Karimova.
Is it Dutch? Looks like Dutch. Dutch went h4, h5.
Oh. Well, then I have to find it out because this is one of my top topics. Just a second. Because sometimes black misplays things. I'll just have a glimpse without any analysis. I want to see. I want to see. Mistake. You're not supposed to play that. This I know for sure. g6 is not a good move. I think black needs to start with d6 because if white plays d4, c4, knight c3, she is waiting for h4, h5. Yeah, this is a common mistake here in these positions, and I think that Karimova simply was not ready for Shakhradova play exactly like this. Yes, h5, knight h5, rook h5, g takes on h5, e4. This is very dangerous for black, as far as I know. Now I don't know what's happening here, because it's just very wild.
In this type of positions, actually, after this exchange, black tries to somehow trade the queen's queen e8, as I remember, is the move there, d6, e5, and so on. And white is very often castling on the short side, long side, sorry, and trying to develop the pieces. Bishop d3, knight somewhere, knight f3, knight d2, and rook to h1 to use this semi-open file. And very often there's also g4, a breakthrough in the king side.
I just switched on the engine, Keti, and I have to confess I'm really surprised by the valuation. I assume that white misplayed something. What was it? She was supposed to start with e4. Okay, so Shakhradova just mixed up the order of the moves. Now I remember. Yeah, it's not rook h5, it's e4. e4 after f takes. Now she takes on h5. And the big difference, Keti, is you can't castle short. And of course, after e4, black doesn't have to take on e4. She can retreat something like knight f6, and there's some dangerous threats like e takes, a5, e5. So it seems a mutual miss for both players. First, black missed up this opening, and then white. Remember the idea, but she started with rook h5. Shall we move to the current position?
Yeah, let's go quickly to that position, because white had castled on the long side, and in this position seemed like the problem for white was that white couldn't hold the pawn on d4 anymore.
Right
because if
now.
you play bishop e3 in that position instead of bishop d2, there's also this f4 very unpleasant moves.
Yeah, the pawn on d4 is hanging. And if white will play something like bishop g5, hit the queen, queen e8 is on the board.
Yeah.
So that's why this modest move, bishop d2, and black said, okay, fine, I'll take it. Queen e8, d6, black continues development, takes, e5, and now, wow, h5.
Well, black is giving up the pawn, but if you want to take this pawn back, you have to trade the queens. That's what black says. How about knight z5 here?
Knight d5. It was played.
c6.
What?
Not stopping knight c7.
So, all right, look at this, Keti. So black just sacrificed the whole rook just like that. c6, knight c7, queen f7. Take it and just play f takes on e4. I don't understand, to be honest. I mean, I have to just a second. I have to spend here a minute because black is up an exchange, right? Exchange and a pawn. 1, 2, 3. No, it's just an exchange. Clear exchange. No, exchange and pawn. So after knight e5, something happened here.
Yeah, but how black is going to guard the pawn on c7?
Queen c7?
After queen f7, there is rook to g1. I want to play bishop h6. And if you move the king away, king to h8, I play knight c7 anyway. And there is this funny looking checkmate ideas. Knight c7, queen takes c7, queen h5.
Is there a mate?
Yes, bishop. Oh, okay, if you go there, maybe bishop h6. Queen e8.
Checkmate.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. You know, actually, I was wondering, you suggested a different idea, completely different direction. I was just looking at rook g5 here.
Oh, nice, actually.
Yeah, hit the pawn. Although there's no mate. I mean, black can go back.
Well, you can actually take knight c7. If rook goes on b8, then you have rook g5.
And then play rook g5.
Yeah.
All right.
Always full stomach, Arturs.
Uh-huh.
More and more pawns.
No, but listen, I mean, Keti, this is, I don't think that black here has any problems. She should not be having any problems, although the position is very wild. h5, something is not right with this move.
It was hanging, and if queen g6, then rook g1 comes with the tempo. I think black had not much of the options.
Wait, so it means there was a mistake about here. Bishop d3 takes... Why would you want to open the g file? Maybe this is the mistake, actually. Knight f3, trying to simplify. It gives more targets for white. Very up and down, crazy game here. Knight e5, and this is the reason why Karimova decided to sacrifice the rook, because she just looked at all of these threats and she said, this is dangerous, I can't go there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's a positional rook sacrifice. Okay. And now, just like that, black is up material. Sorry, white is up material.
White has, for the moment, white has an extra piece, but perhaps black is hoping to trap the knight. How serious this threat can be here?
Somehow I feel the extra rook should matter. Yeah, I mean, if you take the rook, it should be pretty good for black, or for white. I guess. Her point is f takes on e4, bishop g4, protect the pawn on h5, and then hit the knight. And if I take with the bishop?
Then c4 pawn is hanging with the check.
Okay.
Perhaps bishop e6.
Hit with queen a2. I mean, I can play b3, but I'm also seeing queen h5 ideas here. Probably b3 is the responsible way to continue. And now some bothering move.
Arturs, shall we see instead of queen c4, because this one seems fine for white. But instead of queen c4, maybe black is planning here to play d5 and maybe open up the c file?
Probably I'll sacrifice the pawn. Bishop c2. Try to not open up the c file so that my king is feeling a bit safer. I guess black doesn't have the time to take on c4.
Getting very difficult for black to get the knight back.
I don't believe in black's position, because I think that even if she plays bishop e6, rook a8, it's a couple of tempi. Somehow I don't believe. I mean, white's going to play rook g1 anyway, with threats rook g5, bishop h6. And it seems to me, again, I'm not entirely sure, Keti, it seems to me that black committed back-to-back mistakes. So she had a great position about here. it seems that nothing really is very dangerous. And knight f3 was the first mistake, opening up the g file, and h5 was maybe the second mistake. Already here, however, it was difficult for black to play queen g6 because rook g1, rook h1, repeated threats. And this is how they got here.
Yeah. And here we have that current position. So it is now black to move to figure it out, white to move actually, and white will capture the pawn back on e4. Meanwhile, we can go to the last category. This is girls under 14, and we're gonna check out what is happening on the board 3 and 4. Because these players are having also very nice chances to catch up two co-leaders on the first board. And also Arturs, it's not only the gold medal, but also to win the any medal here is quite prestigious.
And let's talk about these girls, because both of them are from Georgia, and you are, Keti, from Georgia, and it's clear that Georgia has amazing chess tradition, especially for girls. How we could explain that? I mean, historically, perhaps.
Yeah, well, the main thing about Georgian chess is that we have two world women champions, Nona Gaprindaishvili and Maya Chiburdanidze, and they somehow created so much for everyone else. And they created chess to be our traditions and one of the main sports. Thanks to these two players, we are playing chess today. Myself, I also play because of they have won this title, and it's quite amazing actually to have a role model like them, and we have honor to have actually still these two players playing competitive chess, especially Nona Gaprindaishvili still plays chess and very often visits the chess palace. And just imagine you meet your ideal chess player and even sometimes play against this person. So yeah, it's quite common to start chess as your profession in Georgia, and it's also quite appreciated in between the people actually. To be a chess player, it means that you have been through too much challenges and you are one of the best in your field. So these two players here, they are very close by the rating. As we can see, it's not much of the difference by the rating. And I have seen both of them at the youth championships. Starting from age 8, I think they are playing for already long time, and it is very difficult to face against your friend in the very important round. And they're also leaders. And there's the third girl in this category from Georgia who's now playing on the first board.
Yeah,
so
3 girls.
Very heavy competition from Georgia.
Yeah, and of course, when you travel with a big delegation to one of the youth tournaments, sometimes you have to play against your friend, maybe even best friend. We already had this story in open section under 16 when Klimkovsky had to face Jakub Seeman. They were fighting it out. Also, could be something very similar here. But what do we make of this position, right? Who is trying to press here? Is it white? Because white has the 2 bishops in a semi-open position, or still it's black? I mean, the pawn on e5 could be a weakness.
Yeah, pawn on e5 is indeed the weakness, and white has to look after this, but I never liked the bishops on h7 in the endgame, because they are taking this square from the king. And this bishop can be developed on e4 square for sure. Arturs, how white should proceed in this position to open up a little bit?
I was wondering if there's an idea like something like c4 perhaps, but of course the first thing is what happens with the pawn on e5. I'm not really sure, because yeah, if I manage to play c4, force black to take the pawn, bishop takes in c4, I also get to hit the pawn on e6. One more detail I've noticed here is that if black takes on e5 the knight, there's bishop f4 potentially pinning the knight. Also, the pawn on a7 could be taken. After queen e5, knight e5, the same issue perhaps. The pawn on a7 is under attack.
Arturs, How about like after knight c6, pawn on e5 is hanging. If bishop goes on f4, will black play g5 here?
It's a very good question. I'm not sure I want to play bishop f4 actually, but it could be. I mean, why not? G5, bishop e3, and
perhaps queen takes?
Queen takes. It does feel like a waste of time, really, for white. Takes, takes. I can take the pawn on a7. You can take the pawn on g4.
Bishop h3.
Bishop h3, bishop f5, and maybe already escape with a draw. Yeah, let's maybe put it on the board. Okay, maybe white is not in danger here. And should be a draw because it's obstacle bishops and yeah, with no other pieces on the board, I think it's very often quite drawish. Now, I think that I'm thinking here, instead of bishop f4, I'm thinking like either g5 or h3. Maybe h3 is a bit better because the pawn on d4 is tactically protected. But then again, Keti, I don't know what happens after something like a6. Black just, or maybe even b6, not a6. Protects the pawn on a7 and is threatening already to take on e5. And yeah, bishop f4 again faces g5 and bishop d4. Well, I think if somebody's pressing here, it's only black.
Yeah. Well, black's queen is indeed very active here, and white has to put the pieces together. Anyway, this is what if, and white can choose some other options to hold this position and proceed the game. We have covered all the games on the third and the fourth board in all the categories. So you guys, now we are taking another break and we'll be back and we'll analyze all the top 2 boards in categories under 14, 16 and 18. So see you very soon.
See you soon.
Thank you.
Round 9 at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023 is still in progress and seems to be quite interesting. We do have the first board under 18 in the open section still in progress, and Artur, we might start to analyze from this point. Let's see who stands better.
That's the game of Mark J. Bakoyo playing against the current leader of the Open 18 section, Alexei Grebnev. Some things already have happened here, obviously, because last time we left it was the very, very early part of the game. So let's not go back and try to assess the situation here. The last couple of moves, maybe I'll just step back a couple of moves so that you have some background picture here. Grebnev tried to press this pawn on c4 with the knight a5 move. Now instead, he tried to rearrange the knight to d6, where the field is more active. At the same time, White is trying to centralize his pieces in the center. And after the last move for White, rook f4, queen g7 was the response of the leader. And I'm wondering, Keti, how to properly evaluate this position, because somehow I think that White is better because of this outpost on c6, but there's always the big question, how much better is it? And also I think the clock situation for White is slightly alarming.
Yeah, White has 12 minutes and 30 seconds, Arturs, and 15 more moves to be played here, and seems like he's not in rush to play. We can see Mark J on the screen right now. He is calculating his moves, and probably he's looking for knight c6 move. There's also h4, h5 kind of ideas that you can push a bit farther on the king side before you trade your queens, but eventually we're gonna see this knight c6 at some point played by him. Arturs, do you think that this is like easy moves to play here for White, this 15 moves in this position to reach the time control?
That's a very good question. I guess it depends what kind of moves they are. But I think that Bakoyo needs to play a bit faster here and not to complicate the game. And do play this knight c6, but the question is, does he want to do it?
He goes h4.
Your idea.
H4.
Going for space, I think Black is going to respond very quickly. It's something like rook fc8. And so far, what we have seen from Grebnev's performance in the tournament, he's been very relaxed, very cool, you know, almost like emotionless, sitting there, very, very composed.
Arturs, I wonder what happens after knight f5 in this position. You are hitting with a pawn, rook f5 is not the move. So let's say queen e4, and now knight back on d6. Can Black achieve draw by this moves? Although here Grebnev already played some other move, and I think he plans to win this game.
Yeah, maybe, but I think also White can continue queen e2. Yeah, I thought this also, I was looking at this idea, Keti, I was wondering if this could be a potential repetition of the position. No, I mean, White can play queen e2. But apparently, yes, after h4, a move has been played, and I see from afar rook fc8. This comes with a trick, by the way. White needs to be tactically alert, because not only there's the knight takes on c4 idea at some point, but perhaps a more sinister threat of knight b5, hitting the queen and the rook. And if you take on b5, the rook on c3 is undefended. So perhaps this is the best moment here, Keti, for White to play knight c6. Seems to be difficult to play without it. All right, let's maybe try to put it on board and see what happens here. So what could be the choices? You know, for some reason, I noticed e5, and I wanted to do this. The point is, d takes on e6, the knight on c6 is hanging, and I sort of believed it could work. It's a fork, and after queen c6, my idea was that there's going to be the trade, but now I'm losing now this idea of knight b5, so it's probably...
How about b5?
You mean here?
Yeah.
Might be still good.
Yeah.
Might be still
I
alright.
think e5 is very tempting here for black.
But then I'm not sure if this will be played. I mean, yeah, it's something which I wanted to play for some reason. And then I'm looking at perhaps black can play something more modest, like takes. How about... Oh, wait, is this a move, Keti? Can I play e5 now? Maybe I'm too fixed on this move e5. But the point is, d takes is rook c6 once again. And if you play knight e5, now I'm thinking... No, but it's dangerous for black, I think. Takes, you win the exchange, but ultimately at what cost?
Yeah, d67, knight c6, I think is unstoppable. There can get really scary for black. Indeed, after rook to c8, now white is trying to make the move. He's very close to play his next move. There are not many options, right? The pawn on c4 is under threat.
That's right.
It's actually hanging, yeah? Knight c4 is a threat now.
Even
knight b5 is also.
Yeah,
oh,
knight
okay.
b5, knight c4. Yeah, these are threats. I think he needs this knight c6. So once again, let's try to have a look at this. Queen d4, rook d4. I'm not sure about the c5. Maybe it's too much.
Yeah, but after e5, what if white just move like rook somewhere?
Well, my idea was that black is able to establish a pass pawn at the king side. The knight on c6 supposedly doesn't do much. The knight on d6 is a beautiful blockade, because if black doesn't play the c5, I treat the pawn on e7 as some sort of a weakness. Although now that I have a look at this again, I think that even a simple e6 is just fine. So I think e5 is still fancy and e6 is just very solid. With a threat to take on d5, takes, and think about organizing an outside pass pawn at the queen side in the future.
With this knight on c6, I think black rooks will struggle to find any open files.
I agree.
Arturs.
I agree. That's why it's not very obvious to me.
To my eyes, this is very pleasant for white, this position.
And there's also the second option, which I haven't yet brought up because I quite don't believe that it's going to happen. I mean, Grabnev might actually sacrifice the exchange here on c6 to aim for something solid. But again, this is the type of position where you can only lose. You can't get anything more out of this, right? I think white, of course, has weakness on c4, but I mean, an exchange is an exchange.
Right, we do have the move, and that's not knight to c6. Something else has been played from white here. What is that move? Is it... We need to zoom a little bit to figure it out.
Let's zoom in. To have a better angle. Knight still stands on e5, the king in g2, f, something
rook
f3.
f3.
Rook f3. Which rook?
Rook c to f3.
All right, so there's some threats to take with f7. I like this. It's a very fighting move. It means that white is threatening to rook f7. So if he would just, again, not sure what kind of move I could make here.
What about knight c4?
Yeah, that's not the empty move I wanted to make, but yeah, it's very direct, of course. Yes, knight c4 is a move. The point being, knight c4 is queen d4, and black wins a pawn. Should be great. Okay, we can agree on this. But what about the pawn on f7? What about I play the original idea that white intended? Something on f7. Rook f7 takes an e5. Seems to be not good. But what is this? Somehow I think black is fine. Although I don't know. I mean, knight g5, knight e6, if this line lands on e6 and not on c6, could be dangerous. I don't think this is a good idea for Grabnev, unless there's a very specific continuation, like right now. I mean, some very specific move I don't see. I mean, I think that here white is having the better position with the knight on e6, some attacking chances. So we can assume that also Bakoyo has calculated this. And what else is there? There's, of course, again, the exchange sacrifice on c4, but same story. Then, essentially, Grabnev is fighting for a draw. How do you defend the pawn on f7 if it's even under attack? Do you play f6?
Knight c6.
Yeah,
e5.
two big weaknesses, right?
Okay.
What about knight f5?
Arturs, what about f6? Knight c6 and e5.
Now we're back at the same idea. Wait a second. Wait a second. So it actually might be even a blunder. Might be, because we saw the idea e5 before. Okay, now I think that Grabnev should see this already, that this opportunity is here. I'm not sure if this is working, Keti, but this is a very serious move. f6, I mean, if you go any other way, rook takes on c4 becomes a problem. So you have to go here. You can't take on c6 with the rook to play e5 because the knight on d6 is hanging. So you start with the move e5, forking the queen and the rook. There's only one move for white. Just take on e6 and pass on.
Yep, not too much.
Here, and again, only one move for white, I think. It's rook f6. And this is where we have the ultimate question, how to assess this position.
Knight to f5.
So I can't, I guess, move away with the queen from the diagonal a1, h8. The rook is hanging.
He goes for it. f6 is on the board.
Oh, we might actually indeed see this.
And f6 is such an ugly looking move that it's very easy to miss it. It just blockades the queen there, weakens everything, but it has an idea and a very straightforward idea.
Could it be, Keti, that this was Grabner's plan all along? That he removed the knight from a5 to b7 to d6 and queen g7, already thinking about the idea to play f6, knight c6 and e5?
With all the respect, I think it was just a blunder that white played and he just saw it.
Maybe it was, but it's not a very obvious blunder, is it? I mean, not here, obviously. Rook c8. Rook goes here. F. Is it even a blunder, though? Once again, let's check it more closely. Here, e5, d takes, you take it. Rook f6, knight f5. Makes absolute sense. Perfect sense. What I'm really surprised, Keti, is how quickly he played. Because I think that's the position where you want to like spend
your
50,
time and someone's
50,
time.
20 minutes?
Yeah, he's actually very fast in calculation. I think that's his biggest strength.
Right. So is there something here? So queen e5 maybe? Yeah, but then something is not right with white's position. I mean, there could be rook c5 here. You have to protect the rook. Queen somewhere. Now let's talk about rook f8 ideas. It just feels like an extra piece. With no compensation. That's what it feels like. Do you want to continue that line?
No, I think it's fine.
It looks
yeah,
pretty
it's fine, yeah.
convincing.
Maybe if we just come back at the point where black played f6, is there anything better for this knight?
Yeah, but then there's rook c4. And you can see Bakoyo now spend some time to figure out, and maybe he realizes there are some issues with his initially planned knight c6. I think he's in trouble. We already figured it out. And I think that also Bakoya right now figures it out, and he might follow your advice, Keti, that the pawn on c4 could be gone because e5 is a surprising move. And instead play something like knight g4 maybe, give up the pawn and hope for the best. But this is clearly a psychological big blow for his chances to be aggressive here. Because then everything changes.
Yeah, and his time is taking 5 minutes in this position. 13 very important moves to be made. White, I think, just found himself in a huge trouble. Yeah. Well, let's say knight to g4 to keep the eye on f6, if this brings anything.
But what do you do here? You're down a pawn. Maybe queen e3, queen e6, but black is going to simplify, I guess. Okay, maybe it's not over yet. Yeah, some tricks move with queen e6. You can't play queen f7. There's knight h6. And if you put king f8 for the wrong reasons, you're risking under knight f6, rook f6 idea. So let's not completely write down white's chances, of course, here. But it seems to be a very unpleasant situation here for the Philippine player.
Yeah, and he has to make his decision. Let's keep the eye on this game, because he has to make a move. 4 minutes and 40 seconds only for him, and this is the moment when you wish to take back your move. How much time
Grabner spent on f6? 4 minutes. 4 minutes on f6. Must be very confident. All right, trouble incoming for white, which could mean that Grabnev is given a golden opportunity. I mean, literally golden opportunity, because if he wins this game, well, who's going to stop him? Because he already leads the tournament with a full point, and he would take down one of the closest followers. On the second place, we have right now Bakoyo, Ansat, and Chernek. These three players have 6.5 points, and also the second board we want to check Ansat versus Chernik. Maybe we are going to do it right after this one. And if that's a draw, then it seems already Grabnev is unstoppable, to be impossible to catch.
Yeah, and he even just guaranteed himself a gold medal a round before if he keeps winning games like this with any color. With so precise moves, more time on the clock. Yeah, it's quite impressive how Alexei Grabnev is playing. After f6, we still don't see the move here. Very difficult to find a move without losing here the material. White has to make up now the mind to give up the pawn only on c4 or to give up a little bit more. Arturs, very difficult decision here for white, and so far we cannot even see any move that gives somewhere the evaluation that's unclear. Maybe that's worth it to go.
All right. Shall we let's have a look at the second board, or you want to stay to this one?
Yeah, I wanted really to check it out how white will play, because we are approaching the time scramble here.
All right, let's just at least see the decision that's going to be made, and yeah, you can see
2 minutes and 30 seconds, Artur, for this position.
White is definitely very unhappy here. There you go, he retreats in disgust. There's nothing he could have done. Knight c6 is not an option, and of course Grabnev knows. He already knows that white blundered.
Knight to d3 has been played in this position. White is giving up the pawn, but also can't afford to hold the position. Although here's a big difference, Arturs. After bishop c4, when Quill moves away, queen e3, if you take the rook on f4, you want knight to capture on f4, and knight will jump on e6.
Okay. Still that's one nuance. Might be still a game. But of course, black doesn't have to do that. And black would instead maybe start with improving the queen. He takes on c4, literally in 1 minute. Makes perfect sense, of course, to do this. There's not much to think when you have to execute your only move, and I think right now Bakoya is going to respond with something like queen e3, and Keti, I think that this is where Grebnev probably wants to spend a little bit more time. There we see queen e3 is happening, unless there's some very fast forcing continuation here. I don't really believe it. Queen f7 makes a lot of sense. Hit the pawn on d5. Okay, maybe queen f7 actually happens very quickly.
Yeah. When the pawn drops down, then d5 also gets quite weak. And yeah, Grebnev has comfortable time on the clock, 40 minutes. He has a lot of choices actually, to capture the rook or to move queen, or maybe even king h8 is the move out there to be played. Maybe we can jump to the second board quickly and keep this view.
Whoa.
Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, why the sacrifice the piece then is going after the black king? But is he now? Is he going after the black king? We missed some sharp continuations before. Can we go a couple of moves, go back? I just want to get the context. What was happening here? Oh my goodness. There was quite a bit of action going on in this sharp Sicilian. Queen g4, queen e7, f4, king d8. Chernik was obviously in trouble. We can see that with the naked eye. Opening up the position, and there you go. Ansat actually sacrificed his bishop on f5 so that he can give this check on h8. Rook f8 drops the queen. You can't do that. King d7, white trades on f5 and collects the rook at f8. So it's got to be only king c7.
There is rook e7. Is it? Yeah, it is rook e7. You cannot go king b6 because it rook hangs with a check. So knight d7, queen c4 check. King goes on b6 because if king b7, queen c6 is a checkmate.
That's a mate on the board. Yeah, so it seems to be pretty forcing line.
And Arturs, I'm afraid they will be checkmate again in this position. Maybe queen b4 check?
I think just rook b8. It's just a win.
Oh, wow.
So it appears that Ansat is simply winning.
Wow, what
He's
a
winning.
nice game.
And we do not actually... Oh, do they? Are they sitting there still?
No, white has made the move and left the board.
Oh,
it is
okay.
only Timon sitting there.
So black is
You
just
cannot
that
do
lost.
much here, yeah.
This is a beautiful combination. Once again, let's look at this. Once again, f takes on e5, sacrifice the bishop. Black has no choice. I mean, he's already suffering. Check. You gotta protect the rook. Check. King b6 drops the rook on b8. Okay, maybe there's even queen b4 mate in one. What I'm talking about? There's even queen b4. It's just so forced.
Yeah, if queen goes back on d7 and hoping that there is something on the back rank, then rook d7, knight takes d7, and you can just either give a check on c4 or just get the rook back on h1 and then attack all the black's weaknesses.
Yeah, queen c4 also takes care of the f1 square. So, yeah, beautiful game by Ansat, who is clearly on fire here. By the way, Ansat has already played against Grebnev, so in case you're wondering, is this setting up a potential showdown tomorrow between two leaders? No, they already played whichever round. I think it was round 4, when Grebnev with the black color pretty confidently equalized. The game finished very quickly, and now I think we are seeing that Ansat is winning the game and getting 7.5 points out of 9, which normally would be enough to lead the tournament, except when you have a Grebnev in a tournament, who has about very good chances to score 8.5 out of 9. I don't see Grebnev making any more moves. He is spending the time. I think it's a good decision because now he doesn't have any easy moves. Maybe we can use this opportunity to look a bit further and check more top boards.
We have to do that. Let's go board 1 under 16 and check it out what is happening here.
So this was this wild game in the English opening where the Frenchman Rajat Makar sacrificed, not sacrificed, I mean it was actually Jakub who sacrificed a pawn in the opening. What do we make of this? I mean, White is up a pawn, but is he really the one who is pushing for the win? Looking clockwise, Jakub is down on 12 minutes. This is move 27. He is the sole leader with almost a perfect score, only half a point lost. And Makar desperately needs this win. But can he do this here?
Oh, tough for White to win with where Black has all these active pieces. A2 pawn now is hanging. Knight is well centralized on d4, attacking on e2, guarding e6.
I'll just check the context. What was before? So this was the position. Black was still down a pawn. He was being very active. Bishop e6, knight c5, rook c8, knight e6, f takes on e6. Black has a beautiful knight on d4. A takes on b4, hits the knight. And this is how the knight got there on b2. Beautiful move, b5, Keti. I love this move.
Kicking knight to the passive square on b2. And it will take forever for this knight to centralize. Knight d1, knight to c3, or knight e3.
So we can assume that it is Seman actually who is ambitious here, because the way he played it out, I think that he is relying on piece activity. And maybe White already needs to do something quickly, like...
Yeah, let's see
E3.
that move, Arturs.
Yeah, I'm looking at some 92 ideas, Keti, and...
I love that.
yeah,
Knight c3, yeah.
some knight c3 cheapos. We're all for cheapos. Yeah, we love them. And let's say you take on e6, I guess. And now, maybe rook a2 becomes a thing with knight c3 threat, rook goes away, you take the knight on b2.
If rook c6, then b4 even.
Very good point.
Wow. Oof.
I don't know, I mean, I definitely can appreciate Seman's ideas, but again, the game is very concrete. And if Makar gets away this knight from d4 and takes the pawn on d6, and if Black doesn't have anything immediately, maybe actually it's fine for White.
Arturs, what about knight d1 here? To give up the a2 pawn and try to activate the knight at least.
Makes
Knight
perfect
c3.
sense. Knight c3, I go here.
And yeah, let's say knight b5.
Well, at least Black is not in trouble. So Black can at least play knight e2, have beautiful rook on the second rank, the pawn on d3 could be under attack or it's not under attack, I'm not really sure. But yeah, I would not be really surprised if this game somehow is going to fizzle out to a draw, something like, I'm not sure, king h3. And let's say, again, not sure how accurate is this, and then the players shake hands. Oh, no, yeah, they shake hands, but not the way we thought.
But the resignation, probably.
Yeah, okay, hope this is not going to happen. Would be really a shame. All right. Yeah, maybe it's actually pretty balanced.
Arturs, is the second board in this section has done already? Because we see that players are not on the board. Let's check it out.
So that would be the game.
Oh, there is actually someone on the board. It was covered. So we have the end game with the opposite color bishop.
Let's again go for some context. Okay. So a couple of moves ago, it was Klimkovsky who was up a pawn, but White is so active here with the powerful Laskva bishop, so Klimkovsky had no choice to offer the rook trade. Trade, rook d1, bishop e7, rook d5. White uses the fact that Black cannot play f6. There's a potential x-ray, so a4, takes it, rook a4, rook e5. And look at this, I mean, Klimkovsky is the ambitious player, because he already, Keti, could have played rook takes on c4. And after rook takes here, rook c1, shake hands, basically. This is very easy draw. And instead, he wants to continue the fight, because essentially he is chasing his friend Jakub Seman for the gold medal.
That's right, and actually You can be ambitious in this position because now rook on e5 is stocked, and Arturs like move like bishop d5 is such a natural move. But there can be the way to go after the rook on e5. Let's say bishop to f6. I would say it's the same, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to show this trick, which leads to the same result. So we have obstacle bishops, just a draw. Maybe instead of this, maybe, yeah, it's very tempting to trap. But maybe black can actually push forward the c-pawn. c4, c3, c2, c1. And this rook cannot help.
Yeah. It's really misplaced.
Actually, it looks really dangerous for Costa. And that's why Klimkovsky's choice is perfectly understandable. I mean, I'm thinking, you know, the first thought, that's why I'm always saying, Keti, it's very important to have this background story. Because when I first saw this position, I thought, White is pushing, you know, because I have the greatest respect for a one pawn chain, one pawn island. And if White would be able to put the bishop on d5, rook on somewhere c7, b7, with f4, e5 ideas, I thought I would totally play this with White, right? But yeah, I think the rook on e5 is so bad, and black is so fast with c4, c3.
Yeah, seems very challenging here for Costa. We see that the game has been ended under 14. Pam has finished his game board 6.
Yeah, and also the game of Ansat has finished. He managed to win his very important game, and this was the crazy game where he played this crazy Jabava London, remember? And indeed, black was in trouble. Look at this.
Yeah, we were really amazed by the way how White pushed here with e4, then g4, to take all these important squares from the light square bishop. But we stopped at some point in here and we have not seen the rest of the game move. So let's check it out how the game has been finalized.
Okay, so black didn't find anything better than to try to lure away the queen from the center. Bishop e3, h takes on g4. Not sure what changes because the pawn on f7 is weak. The blacking is still vulnerable. He had to play castle. And Keti, you mentioned the h5 idea. This is not something that Pram did. He just continued to play positional chess. Knight e4, hit the knight, maybe knight. Oh, knight d6 looks very deadly. This forced black to take on e4. F takes on e4. Beautiful pressure against the pawn on f7. Queen c7. Queen c3. Knight h5. This is called... Oh, wow. Let me just replay it slow motion, Keti.
Oh.
That was totally slow motion. That is a beautiful shot. And what's the idea? Bishop e6 hits the rook, hits the queen. Rook f7 allows White to play rook d7, and that was essentially it. White is up 2 pawns and a deadly attack.
This guy... Pam is on fire.
Look at this.
He plays amazing chess.
Look at this, Keti. Bishop f3, queen f3, rook g7. Point is, king g7, bishop h6, drops the queen on f3, and if you don't take it, the pawn on g6 is hanging. He's on fire.
Wow.
And the final move, absolutely stunning. Look at this, Keti. The final move, bishop g5. Queen is under attack, and then bishop f6.
Amazing.
Game of the round.
Amazing. Amazing. I usually report in the end of the day the best move or the best game, and I'm now having my phone in my hands reporting this game already. It's amazing, but there's a lot of parts, Arturs, that I would like to actually suggest. Wow, really, it is. How would you describe with one word this play of
demolishing? I mean, that's what it feels like. I mean, and I totally get this feeling. And Alexei, I'm sure he's a great player, by the way, suffered the first loss. But once he got in this terrible position after the opening, there was nothing he could have done. I mean, it was just, you know, one-sided game, really. And it seems that Prokhorov just made one mistake somewhere. Maybe this entire idea, c5, e5, it was a very nice idea, but it had this... I mean, let me go back once again. opening phase, right here. Right here, this opening phase. And actually, we might get more information about this because we might have him here in the studio.
Yeah, spoiler alert, we have a guest in the studio and we will ask so many questions to him right away. You guys, we're gonna take a short break and we'll be back with Prom. We are back at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. In round 9, we have a special guest in the studio, Pum, who has won his amazing game on the second board. First of all, thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you so much.
And what a game! There was very nice tactical motifs on the board. Can you please tell us how do you feel right now after playing that game?
I feel very, very exciting to fight on this tactic and such a fire on the board.
Yeah, it was really fire on the board. Can you please show us the first of the moves? And you also choose to play this so-called Jobava London. Was it like any preparation, or you just like to play that system?
Yeah, it was some preparation like long before, and it's half a book in there. So, yeah.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Shall we start to see the game?
Thank you.
Okay, let's go. And I would like to ask you to show us the key points in this game and what you can highlight, if you can. Yeah, Thomas.
So I think the fire start on maybe here. When he plays c5, I calculate so many things like e4, d takes e4, f e4, c d4, queen d4, bishop g4, bishop c4 in castle, and e5. But they have knight h7, and I don't really like the position there, so I decided to take e5. Here I thinking of two options. One is g4, one is e4. G4, so g4, they have d4, black have d4. So I don't like it because like gf5, dc3, it looks ugly for me. The e2, yeah.
Okay.
So I play e4, d takes e4, g4. Here I calculate some lines like ef4, gf5, e3, queen d6, queen e7, queen f4. Yeah, it's look great for me. And also h takes e4, f takes e4, bishop e6, knight e6, f e6, and bishop e3. Yeah, it's look promising for me. Yeah.
Is this the moves that you had prepared as a homework, or you came up this on the board?
I came up with on the board actually.
Oh wow!
It's
wow.
like it's out of book when bishop f5 actually.
Okay, okay. Shall we see more moves?
e3, bishop e3, h takes g4, bishop c4, castle, knight ce4, bishop e4, f e4, queen c7, queen c3. Here I think like black will move the rook to c8 and attack on c5.
Maybe we can show that.
And I think of queen b3.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think of knight c5, black sacrifice an exchange, bishop c5, queen c5, bishop f7, king h8, knight e6. I think here I'm winning. Yeah. So when he play knight h5, I am excited with the tactical thing knight e6.
Yeah.
F e6, bishop e6, king h8, rook d7, queen c6. Like at this point, at first I think of something like queen c4, but I don't like the g pawn when they can just push g3 and rook f3. They have counterplay.
Yeah.
So I start calculating.
Yeah.
So I came up with very nice idea. Bishop g4. If knight f6, then I will play h5.
Ooh. Oh wow.
Yeah, and then after queen e4, I can just go back with rook d1.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Wow. And black's king side is just falling apart.
Yeah. Because after queen g4, I think not h take g6, but rather h6.
To get the dark square bishop. Wow.
Yeah, and white have
impressive.
advantage because there's threat like h take g7, king g7, and bishop h6.
Wow. So he went here instead queen e4, right?
Yeah.
Queen e4.
rook g1, knight f6, bishop f3, yeah, and queen f3.
Has been
And
captured.
then rook g7. Yeah, this is the point of the tactic.
Yeah, we saw that after king takes on g7, you plan to win the queen. So he had to play other move, and he played rook to g8. And at this point, you already felt that you were winning?
Not so, because like I calculate the line rook gf8 and bishop g5, queen c3, bishop f6, king g8, rook g7, rook king h8, rook g6, rook f6,
Oh my gosh, it's a long line.
and bc3. And we should continue here because, yeah, that is a very long line. So after rook take g6, rook g6, rook c8, c6,
Okay.
bc6, and rook e6. Yeah, so that is my point. When I think he will play rook gf8, but instead he played rook af8.
Yeah, and after calculating so long lines, I'm sure you love this move to see, yeah?
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, it's just beautiful.
shortens the game.
Yeah.
Bishop to g5 is such an amazing move, and you are just threatening a checkmate, and your opponent here resigned. Is this the game that you can say that this is one of the best games so far you played in this tournament?
Yeah, I think it shows my some tactical motive and tactical idea. I also love attacking chess. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's very impressive. If I can ask you, what is your routine that you are training your tactical skills? What are you mainly focused before the game, before the big tournaments?
Actually, I will focus on first. I will watch some openings, ideas, and stuff, and preparation. It takes me such a very, very long hour to do that. And also through the process of training, study some best game of champion, and also solve some tactical problems.
Yeah.
I solve like many tactical and also
Some sort of puzzles or studies more?
yeah, I've solved many puzzle about studies.
Wow, you just said a lot of work actually. How many hours do you, like average, do you work per day?
I estimate about 5 to 6 hours during learning in school, and if in the summer I study like all days.
Oh my gosh, that's 24 hours in a day. So, can you please tell us how you are combining your school and the chess, or what is your approach when it comes to the school and exams and other things besides chess?
I try to when my lunch, my break, something. I try to doing homework, and when I go home, I just like can concentrate fully on chess.
Okay.
Yeah,
So first part of the day is about school, and the second part of the day it's all
about chess.
Wow, that is
Yeah.
very impressive. And how often do you actually play the chess tournaments? Do you have anything upcoming this year until the end?
I also like have 2 or 3 tournaments toward the year, the end of the year.
Okay.
And this is the kind of many tournaments I here because I would like to play and training with Grandmaster.
Okay, wow. That's very, very impressive. And my final question would be, if you do have any ideal chess player that you like this style and you want to somehow get some of these components of this style into your games, who it will be?
I think I would like Fischer and Kasparov.
Wow, attacking players, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to glance over the first board of your section?
Yeah.
So what do you think about this position?
I think the position is dynamically balanced because white have potentially passed pawn on the queen side, but black have 2 Iceland. White have 3 Iceland, and also black have potentially attacking on the king side. They have ideas like knight e5, knight f3, king to h8 or h7, and f5.
Yeah.
So I think this is very, very tense battle.
Wow, yeah, it is very tense battle. And well, I said 2 questions ago that it will be my last question, but this is my last question now.
Okay.
Earlier you played in the other, some rounds ago, 2-3 rounds ago, a player from your own federation.
Yeah.
How difficult it is to travel together from Vietnam and to play against each other in Italy. How can you describe that?
Yeah, it's feel very somehow it's feel very sad to play your opponent from Vietnam, and yeah, but I have to play because this is the tournament that I won. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, my opponents know that, so we just say to each other, just play, and if the result, whatever it be.
Yeah. Indeed. Thank you so much for coming here in the studio and share your today's games, and also to tell us more about you, because we are observing you so much. It is very exciting to have you at the tournament. I'll try now my best to pronounce your last name more correct. It's Pham from Vietnam. So thank you once again very much, and best of the luck in the remaining tournament games.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys, we are taking now a very short break and we'll be back with more games. Coming back at FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023, after very lovely guest in this studio, we have to go back into the chess games, Arturs, but It is such a nice opportunity for us to meet these players closer and to learn more about them. We know how strong they are on the chessboard, but to know them also personally, it is a really, really nice opportunity for all of us. Arturs, what is the game that we want to focus right now?
Right, I would like to give some sort of an assessment of this particular position. I already heard what Pham had to say about this one, so I guess it's about balanced.
Let's pop it up on the screen. So here we have the game.
I think that White is probably slightly pressing, so these are his competitors on the top board. Savinsky is half a point behind, which probably is also good news for Pham, because if you remember some history here, Pham defeated Vetokhin, and he lost against Savinsky the previous round. So that's why once again the situation might change here, where Vetokhin has an extra pawn. He's trying to capitalize on it. However, Keti, I do see that also Black has a beautiful knight on e5, which holds together everything. And maybe actually he's right. After something like rook e8, Black manages to solidify his position, but a pawn is a pawn. So we'll see.
Pawn is a pawn, they say, and we would agree with that. We have actually already approaching the time scramble in most of the games. Why don't we just make a one tour on the first boards and check it out what is happening?
Okay, maybe we could go through every single top board and give our assessment what's happening and where we might focus. All right. So we shall start for the game of Bakoyo versus Alexei Grebnev. Open section under 18, top board. Grebnev obviously leads the tournament. Now, here it seems the players have safely reached the second time control. And it also could be one of the longest games by Grebnev so far, because he's been very impressive, usually finishing the games rather quickly. Here he has managed to keep his extra pawn, but I don't think, Keti, the things are so clear here. Because if White managed to put the knight on g5, there could be very serious counterplay.
Yeah, that's true, but there are some technical problems here for White, because the king on h3 is cut it. Let's say knight e5, the knight is hanging. How about we play queen to d1 here? Going for a checkmate threat, queen h1, so you can take the rook.
Oh.
And you can't even play king h2, king g2, because the rook cuts on d2. I think this position might be very
okay, this
bad.
changes. This changes things, because I didn't see this queen d1 at all. I thought that instead that Black is going to do something else, and then Black has this time. But you're right, Keti. I mean, this is a big move, queen d1. And rook d2 next. Well, maybe White simply can't do this. The same, by the way, applies for 97 as well. So the last move of Grebnev here, after queen f4, was queen takes on d5. We didn't see, obviously, the last couple of moves, but you're right, it looks very promising.
Arturs, if we go just 2 moves back, it was Grebnev's idea here to sacrifice the pawn on f5. So f5 has been pushed, queen is under attack. When queen moved away, now f4, breaking the pawn structure. Queen takes on f4, queen takes d5, knight is hanging. Queen comes on d1, and I'm afraid here that White can't find a way to guard the king.
Could be. Yeah, I mean, I also don't see anything immediately. Maybe, yeah. Looks very promising for the tournament leader. Yeah, queen e4 maybe is the only move, but then again, I think Black is pretty happy to trade queens, or the same idea of queen d1.
She is reaching the queen. Queen e4 is in fact on the board. Maybe we can.
And there's also knight f5.
Yeah.
Very good move. So Black is looking very good. Shall we continue observe?
Yeah, let's go, because now we have time here to come back.
All right. Also, one of the leading boards, the top board, open section under 16. Wait, this game is not yet a draw. Simon has some ambitious ideas versus Rajat Makar, who, by the way, yesterday played a brilliant game. We did not manage to see the very end. I saw some posts on social media. about his beautiful knight h6, knight f6 idea against Hagner. So in case the viewers you missed it, check it out. It was a very, very thrilling game. We saw it in the very beginning, but didn't see much in the end because, again, we had to choose. Knight c3.
Knight c3 to me is a statement to win the pawn on h2. Like after knight c3, black first takes the pawn on h2,
Yeah, maybe
then takes it back.
Yeah, I think this might as well happen. King g5, rook c3, and the only question here is if black is in time. Actually, king g6 feels almost like a mate, yeah? Why the checkmating? Except of, no, rook g3, sorry.
In fact, this is already on the board, Arturs. We have rook to h2, king to g5, and rook already on c3.
Should be a draw, I think. I mean, even if black keeps his pawn and trades a couple of rooks, then white is very active. I don't really see here black winning this. Even something like g4 looks playable, although then you have to calculate moves like rook g3.
But hold on. How about, let's say you play rook e3, yeah?
Yeah.
I trade, and I play rook to king to h7.
Okay, there's some practical problems.
There is rook h3, h4 ideas here.
Oh.
And the pawn is on g7. This can be winning an opponent game. They are blitzing out the moves, and they are actually going to this direction. King h7 is already on the board.
Well, I think it's still a draw, but I agree that there are practical problems. I mean, rook endgames, they're very tricky. And if indeed black carries out this rook h3, h4, maybe there's a realistic chance. But with such an active king on g5, somehow, you know, I'm not sure. g4 maybe, h4. It's a bit scary, of course, to organize this passed pawn. But then I don't see how black plans to make a progress if white just literally does nothing. Like rook f3 and does nothing. Right? For example, just one sample line. I'm not saying it's even correct. Let's say rook h1, I'm just doing nothing. And if you play h3, I'm approaching. So, yeah, I think it's a draw, but we'll see. Definitely what is clear that Simon is pressing here. We can definitely agree on this.
All right, let's move forward. The next board, Klimkowski was very much focused on this game. We could see it on the camera, how he's doing actually.
Right, and we left it a couple of moves ago. By the way, the players have safely reached the second time control, which I guess is good news for both of them. But I don't see, Keti, how black has made any progress, and we left it 4 moves ago when white played bishop b5, rook b4, bishop a6. And now, for some reason, Klimkowski decided not to push the pawn. I understand why. This is a brilliant defense by Costa. Look at this, Keti. c4 is rook b5. Of course, black cannot trade rooks. There's rook a4 to keep the game going. Now there's a check here. And yeah, with so active pieces, I don't see that white can potentially lose this.
Yeah. So that's why black chose a different approach. He brought the king on the other side of the board, tries his best to get something out of it. But white also brings the king. Shall we go to the next board to check it out? What is the situation? Open under 14 first board we have already covered. Maybe girls under 18 first board.
That's right. We're the leader with black, Rochelle Wu. The US player is playing against Hong Leung from Vietnam. Underrated player. Very interesting player. Yesterday she beat Rebenshikova. Quite a surprise with the black color, starting with a worse opening. And here, I think that this somebody is pressing here. Somehow I feel it's only white. We might be up for another surprise because look at this knight on d5, Keti. Knight on d3. Unless I miss a tactic, of course.
Yes, there is 95 queen d5 tactic actually.
All right, so 93 queen d3. All right, that was a very awkward moment to join because let's put it on the board. 93, beautiful shot there by Rochelle. She is tactically sharp. And she says, no, I'm feeling just fine. Thank you for your concern. The point is obviously a fork.
Going into the knight endgame with extra pawn should be very comfortable for black. And we have actually it on the board. Queen d3 has been played, knight f4 is also on the board.
Right, but I'm curious if this was actually a blunder or again we have no backstory. So was this forced? No, this was not forced.
And the game under 16 first board has been ended in a draw.
Jakob Seeman decided not to push. So it's a draw. It seems that here, Keti, White simply blundered the idea. It's very unusual because it seems 93 attacked bishop, attacked the pawn on e5. I'm feeling really good, and boom, bishop e3.
Yeah, the problem here was the time, Arturs. We can see 35 seconds, so it means that White made one of the move on 5 seconds.
That's right.
That's the problem.
Big result here. Big moment for the tournament leader. So now White is trying to survive. Maybe let's check the second board goes under 18 where we have Alan.
Oi, what is this?
Oh, somebody's about to get checkmated here. Alla Khverdieva, I think she is confirming herself to be one of the favorites of this tournament because she is not one of the top seeded players, but she's playing some pretty fantastic chess. This was the hedgehog, right? From the opening.
Mm-hmm.
We did not see much of it, but...
I don't see a checkmate. Do you see checkmate here?
You see an extra pawn at least, an exposed king, but...
Pawn. I didn't see the extra pawn, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it should be great.
By
the way, watch out for tricks, yeah? Bishop d6 is bishop d4. It seems like it's winning. Mm-hmm. Big idea, except it's not. And black wins.
Yeah. A lot of tactics actually here. And Arturs, shall we see last two moves at least what happened?
All right. Let's take something like 3-4 moves ago. Okay. White is attacking. Mm-hmm. Check, check, a lot of checks, check, check. This is how they got there.
All right, king to c8, 37 moves, and they don't have that bad situation on time. We see that we have the move, or we don't have the move yet?
No, I think she's still thinking. Somehow this feels winning for White, but I might be wrong though.
Queen h2.
Yeah, Queen h2, precisely, yeah. It's a very big counterattack. But this king on c8 feels so vulnerable that... I mean, I would love to, for example, do something like this. For example, check, here, and take. It would be fantastic. Because king b8 is bishop d6. But of course, queen b8 is the ultimate dream killer, so not that obviously. Some bishop d6 ideas somewhere. I would be focused on this. How do I make bishop d6 work?
Yeah, Arturs, I was thinking some sacrifices if possible, like rook to d8 to get the bishop also into the game, but seems like not serious one, or not even dangerous one. So.
Can I play a slow move just away from this check? Can I play something like king f1? Looks so logical. There's no check on the long diagonal. Now I want to play bishop d6, by the way. And Ayanen wants to make the move, but she's not sure.
Queen f6?
Queen f6 and... No.
She gives the check.
Queen f8 instead. Again, only one move for black.
Sorry. Bless you.
So king b7. Only move here.
Wait, this is actually winning after queen.
Oh, queen e7.
Yeah.
Oh, what are we doing? Ah, it's just winning. Yeah, queen c7 takes the bishop d6. It's that easy. It's not even complicated.
Why queen b8 there?
Oh my goodness. Yes, yes. Okay. You're rusty. You're rusty, Keti. I mean, these kids, they're so technically sharp, but I mean, of course, it's understandable. They're paying a bit more attention to their games than we are. We're just jumping in, giving our assessment, but of course, they're thinking more. So it looks really great for Alekverdieva, and I think she's just winning. King b7, and we might see the final moves here after queen e7. Of course, black is going to continue play down an exchange, and there you see Jan executes the move queen e7, and now they have reached.
It's not yet
139.
29 move. She's asking for something to the arbiter. I think there is something about the score sheet.
Some argument about something very interesting.
Ah,
yeah.
Maybe she thought it's move. Anyway, the arbiter just continued, and she's still looking at this. It can be some problem with the writing, so she might think it's move 40, and call the arbiter that her time didn't increased on the clock. I very often make mistake in handwriting, and I think that I'm reaching the time control a move before.
All right.
Than I usually do.
But luckily for her, this was a very forcing position, so she could afford, of course, very quickly to make those moves and now safely reach the second time control, and we can assume that Ayan is going to win this game and also come closer to the leader.
All right, let's go forward and check it out, the next move.
Daria Bondar versus Chikiao Wang. Top board girls under 16. By the way, another important result just popped in. The second board, Alexandra Shvedova, is continuing her winning ways because she beat her opponent, Vulkan Sena, Kavis. And that means that Chikiao can't feel rested. But this position, wow. They have, although, made the next time control already, right? It seems that black is not in time trouble, but I see these threats getting like rook f6. I wonder what's happening here.
It's black to move.
Oh, even worse. Okay, then black,
So
I guess, is in perfect control.
How about pawn takes d4?
Yeah, makes perfect sense, of course.
And if you play rook f6 now, there will be d takes c.
Okay, so I'll take on d4.
Yeah.
Take on d4.
Rook takes d4.
If you take it, I go full attack, forward.
And let's say rook d1.
Not very clear, to be honest. I mean, black is up a pawn, but it's a double pawn. And the king for white is also pretty weak. There might be knight h5 ideas to calculate with some perpetuals or attacking ideas.
Wait, there's actually here rook f1 and queen d4 ideas.
Rook f1 and if I play king f1?
If you play king f1, I don't know, rook d1 check.
But we can come back here, right? Because they have made already the second time control, and we might miss a time scramble somewhere. Chikia is doing, I think, all right here. But I'm not writing down Bondar's chances here completely.
Let's move forward. Girls under 14, and here also we have move 40. And seems like white has given the exchange for the pawn. And I suggest to go also the second board. Maybe they have some time.
All right.
For sure, but again, this is also move 40. So let's start to dive in now on these boards.
All right. So yeah, since we jumped to this board, Anna Shukmova black against Iris Mo.
f4 now is a threaten checkmate in one.
I think black is just winning this. I mean, it doesn't matter the pawn balance on the board. f4, a huge threat. You play f4, rook e4 is happening. And we did not see the last couple of moves, so for some...
There's queen e2 here.
Yeah, but it still
But
drops the queen.
no, queen a4. Queen a1, sorry. Queen a1 wins the rook as well.
Ah, yeah, just take the rook. Yeah, it's also clean. Also f4, king f2,
Queen.
rook d2 wins
Yeah.
the queen. Now, Shukman is winning this, and what were the last moves? Okay, so she was already hunting the white king, and Iris tried to complicate the game, but it was just not meant to be. Brilliant move, queen b2. I love this stuff. Look at this, Keti. Queen b2, protecting the rook, enable f4 threat, and now it's all over. So Shukman is going to win this and come closer to the leaders, while the leader fight actually, if you go back once again to this game of Kirtazer against Hamdanova, these are the two players with 7 points each, 7 out of 8. And Hamdanova is looking really good here to continue her winning ways because, I mean, she missed the first round, started with 0, so to speak. Now she has won 7 games, also here. Exchange for a pawn, looks brilliant. Maybe white can hold this. Do we move back to the open section or we still follow the goal?
It's up to you.
All right. Okay, let's first try to assess this position. How realistic are
Queen
chances?
g2 actually has been played here, and white is offering the queen trade and hoping to hold the position in the endgame where there will be less danger for white's king side. So if you were black here, Arturs, would you keep the queens on the board or would you go to the endgame?
It's a very, very good question. Let me think.
There is, while you are thinking, okay.
I mean, the logic dictates I have to trade, right? Because I want to trade queens, I want to trade rooks, and then somehow use my rook to dominate your bishop. But if I don't win this pawn on b5, for example, let's say, just imagine a position. We remove the queens, we remove pair of rooks, white manages somehow to put the bishop on c6 and play b5, and I put the rook behind it. Is this position even winning? And that's why, answering your question, Keti, should black trade queens? I keep remembering what I'm sometimes saying to my students, and that is, don't do trades in a dominating position when you're not sure. And I'm thinking that this could be one of those occasions, because if I'm not sure if the trade brings me closer to the final result that I desire, maybe keeping the queens on the board and try to extract more weaknesses, like go for the king's attack or something, could be an idea.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's maybe find now the moves. Queen a7, perhaps?
Yeah. Queen a7 makes a lot of sense. Keep the bishop, target the pawn on f2, maybe...
b5?
Oh, b5, okay. Yeah, I guess you have to. And now there could be something like rook e2. If I manage to put the rooks in the second rank, there's a very serious pressure. And there's the thing, if the queens are gone, white has easier defense, because king g1 feels shaky.
Wait, Arturs, instead of a b5, was there a queen to d5 move?
Queen, what? Instead of b5, yeah? Queen d5.
So we're sacrificing, we're sacrificing bishop for nothing, actually. There's queen e8 in
Yeah,
the
we
end.
have to show it. Otherwise, a nice idea, queen d4, but, yeah, you're right, rook e8 or queen e8, black wins.
Maybe after this move, white has to play bishop d1, bishop d3?
Try to put the bishop somewhere on d5, b5,
yeah.
bishop c6. I agree, yeah, looks good.
Yeah, it's still fight on, actually. In this game, unless you want to add something, maybe we can go back.
No, I think black should decline the queen trade. That's what I feel. I mean, it's a bit conflicting feeling, because normally when you have the material advantage, you want to simplify, but not here, because it's just not enough, I have a feeling. Maybe go back to the open section?
Let's go under 18.
All right. By the way, yeah.
Oh, this game is getting crazy and crazy. Look at this.
Wait, how did I get there? So we left it here.
Queen e4 has been
Queen e-
played. Queen a2. This pawn was captured. Knight e7. Rook to d6, guarding g6 pawn. And white went to g4. White went all in actually. And queen f2 is on the board. There's queen f3 now. Check that you can watch out. And there's also a rook e6 move. Actually, I think rook e6 is
Yeah,
more
rook
threat.
e6 is a big threat. A very big threat. And actually, I think that with the queen f2, what black wants is to push away the queen from bothering the pawn on g6. Because let's say if white deals with the rook e6 threat and he plays something like queen f4, now black could remind you of the weakened king. And black can't do that before white has this pressure on the g6 pawn, because if he does it, and he's careless, plays something like rook d1 with very good intentions, of course, it just runs into a mate, and of course, Grabnev doesn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Queen f2, I like this move. Could be maybe just winning for black, because how do you stop these two threats?
Arturs, I was thinking knight f5 might complicate things.
Meaning take
Yeah.
on the rook f6?
Yeah, maybe it's not enough.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm also thinking.
There's queen c4, maybe some sort of.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Queen c4. Nice find. Protecting from a check. Queen e3 enables queen g8, queen h8,
g5 checkmate.
g5. That's a beautiful move. But wait. I mean, there's still obviously some rook e6, knight e6 ideas here. Okay, if I play rook e6.
I think you can play knight e6 with
Oh,
idea knight f4.
Oh, sorry. I think h6 and g4 just wins. There's no response. And king g4 is queen g2. This king is walking, and this is not a good sign for white. No, it's a nice idea.
Played?
He
He played something.
played something else. We do not see. Looks pretty bad for white. He's already down a pawn. The king's exposed. He's doing his best, but there's not much he can do. Maybe queen a8 is the same idea. Queen a8, h6, and g4. You have no response to this. What about g6 and h5? If we eliminate this idea, maybe this is on the board. I think it is, by the way.
Check queen f1.
No, the pawn still stands. Check on f1. Ah, you found something. Of course, yeah.
It's not difficult to find here.
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
move wins, I guess.
No, I completely agree.
You just need to give it a check, you
I
know.
just try to find something for white. I don't see what he played. Can we maybe zoom in a bit? And Grabnev is back. See what white has chosen here. So we have to thank to European Chess TV for providing the coverage for us. They have also this ability to operate with the cameras, zoom in, zoom out, show us positions from a better angle.
Oh, wow, I don't really see the move.
What is the move actually? G5.
G5.
G5 is the move. And already Bakoyo has spent quite a bit of time in the second time control. He's down on 12 minutes.
It's not stopping knight rook e6, yeah?
It's not. I think he wants to sacrifice the queen. Ah, wait. No, wait, what I'm saying? He doesn't want to sacrifice the queen. He wants to play queen a8. But this should be losing. Somehow. So I think that white is holding on to the final tricks here. I don't believe this. This is holding. Who knows?
Well, Queen A8 is very strong, actually.
Yeah. Could be some first. What about the first check? Yeah. So you can't play King H2. There's King G3. Now I play Rook E6. And Queen A8.
What's the difference?
I thought I understood it, but okay, I hallucinate. I can take on E7 and play knight F5 check. A very common miscalculation. Okay, maybe there is no difference.
Okay, let's maybe stop for a bit on G5 and
Yeah,
find a move.
Let's do that.
Because we found 2 ways to lose here with black.
No, I mean, I don't think that black is losing. He can always give these checks.
But we just saw tricky ideas. Wow.
And Grabnev is thinking. One thing that I like to use here is elimination method. It's one of my favorite methods. You just eliminate which moves possibly could be there. You ask, is it the knight move? Is it the rook move? Is it the queen move? We just cross it out. So rook e6 is the only move with the rook, which makes sense. Otherwise, there's queen g6. Knight f5 makes no sense. Knight e6 makes no sense. So it's not a knight move. No, it's not a king move. So it's either rook e6 or with a queen. It's very easy. Yeah, so we just cross it out. Cross, cross, cross. And we get to the right move.
Wow,
eventually.
I'm still not seeing it. So weird feeling. And if we just push the pawns, so that doesn't bring us anything. Queen a8 is still there. G5 is a very strong move.
It's a good practical idea. Just a second. Okay. Okay. Somehow I think there should be a series of very smart checks. If I start something like queen g1, or maybe, okay, this makes more sense, of course. Queen f1, you can't go on h2, you go here, I'll give you a check. You go here. It seems to be a progress, right?
I don't see any progress.
No? You don't believe in my progress? Maybe you're right.
Queen from f2 and to g1, so I don't know what's progress.
It's a bit closer. No?
To who?
To
the edge of the board.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, what do you ask me?
Arturs, let's now ask the engine what's going on.
All right. You want to use assistance, yeah?
I think it's the moment. Actually, it's interesting that it's not so dramatic as you might feel this position. Engine gives only minus 1.5. And the move is something like somewhere queen to a2. So this is a serious threat that we were showing.
Okay, can we then go back and ask the almighty beast if black misplayed something? Rook d6, g4. Okay, so the mighty beast called Stockfish says queen f7 was the move, which, by the way, is very human, by the way. You protect the g8 square, you threaten rook e6.
Yeah. Okay, queen f2 is also
Queen
fine. We
F2,
like this move.
Engine marks it as a potential mistake because now, what? There was, obviously this didn't happen. Yeah,
G5.
Yeah, because now it's not so easy.
And Arturs, it says b5 here, so let's check it out after queen a8.
Yeah, but it's very slow. Yeah, queen a8 and queen a2. No, do you want to play like that? That is not very human.
At least it makes me feel better that there was no checkmate in 3 moves that I couldn't see. So you have to go in the in defensive mode here and then push the pawns, I guess.
Okay, so the game still continues. I think that here Grabnev
Wow,
wants to
what a
spend like 10
nice
minutes.
play here by Mark J, because like I would lose this game 10 times already at this point, and he was playing so nice way with seconds on the clock, And he's still alive, and he's now gonna turn the tables, and he will threaten the checkmate. I think we have to shout out to this play.
Absolutely. Great defense, and I think he was also a bit unlucky because he was playing really well, pressing after the opening. He just blundered this unexpected trick f6 e5. Anybody could do that, right?
Yeah.
Very, very nice. I mean, we didn't see that during the live commentary, and after that, he has been putting up some fierce resistance against the tournament leader.
Nice done. Costa against Klimkowski. Let's check it out, what we have here.
Open section under 16.
We do have actually just not much changes. Somehow White's pieces are backward, but it's not big game changer. Arturs, if this pawn gets on c3, do you think it will start to be icky?
Yeah, potentially. I think this is a position this is a game which can continue for a long time, because Black is in charge and he feels he has all the right to continue the game. And yeah.
Who was White to move, yeah?
Yeah, White is to move. And
White
for Costa, it's not easy. I mean, he wants some dream scenario, put the pawn on the 4 e5.
Let's maybe try king e3 here.
Okay.
c3, rook c2.
No, rook a2. Let's be active.
Sure.
Rook a2. You don't want to trade rooks, I guess.
Right.
Some bishop d4.
Yeah, let's do that.
Bishop d4. How do I play active here with White? I don't want to go away from the pass pawn. I guess come closer. I mean, even this position, by the way. Wait, I'm blundering pieces again. I just wanted to somehow show one concept. It's of course very wrong because I'm blundering a piece, but I just want to show the idea. Is this even endgame? So obvious.
No.
It's sort of drawish, but sort of not.
Maybe not even take the pawn just to activate the king would be weird to hold this one.
Could be difficult.
Yeah.
If White is supposed to fix those pawns on the light squares here. Okay, I guess it's a draw, but I mean, there could be scenarios where Black can even consider trading the rooks. So bishop d4, king goes here. Maybe the pawn is somewhere under attack, plays something like f6, g5. White tries to play 4 e5. We're in for a long game here.
All right. Still, this game is on. We cannot summarize it yet. Let's go next one.
Sava, we're talking. Oh, sorry, I already jumped. No, that's the next stage category. Yeah, open section under 14. Sava, we're talking, is facing Pavel Sawinski, the tournament leader, and he is making progress. Yes, now this looks very unpleasant for Sawinski. Somehow, after the opening, White has managed to keep his pawn and make slow but careful progress. And now I feel that White's chances are very serious here to win this, because there's no active defense. The knight to d5 has been standing there basically since the very beginning, and White is just pushing forward.
What's the White's plan? A5, b6, a6, or
maybe a5, a6, b6, or maybe you're right. a5, b6, a takes a6. Looks very good. I'm not saying that Black is losing here, but it looks very good chances for Vetokhin to win the game and overtake the leader. Talking about Vetokhin, how he played, early in the tournament he lost against Pfam, this crazy battle where he sacrificed a piece. Absolutely fantastic game. So dear viewers, in case you missed it, it was a couple of rounds ago, one of the central games, and Pfam was unbelievably good. I think he's definitely growing to be a very strong player. Yeah,
he said at the interview that he very often watches our commenters, so we are sending greetings to him and all the participants who are watching this commentary. That's so sweet of them. Rook to d7 has been played. Black wants to trade at least one rook, and then probably to go in the end game where the knight is actually way much pissed than the bishop. So after this move,
the question is what white does, yeah? I guess white doesn't mind trading the rooks. It's all about not give black the active defense. So something like rook d2 makes sense. And I think that the actual reason why Savinsky does this, he is looking for this active defense. For example, let's say rook d2, and in case rook d4 is going to happen, I don't think it's going to happen because white can take the pawn, but let's say there's a scenario where white recaptured the rook. Black is looking for this kind of active defense. Give his rook a chance to penetrate white's defenses, and then maybe he has a realistic shot to save this game. But of course, white can recapture d4 with the pawn. Ah, wait, Keti, I think I understand. After rook d2, he can already move away. Rook c8 and take over the c file. This is actually very smart. Shows a lot of imagination from Pavel's part.
well, rook to d7 is on the board, and the players have some time now to figure it out, how to proceed the game. And here the leader of the tournament, Pavel Savinsky, is trying to hold his game. While he's doing his business, let's now take our next break and come back with more exciting games and the coverage of the 9th round of FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. This is FIDE World Chess Championship 2023. Round 9 is in progress, and we are pulling up the chessboard on the screen where Wu Rachel will actually finalize her game against her opponent Huang Long, and this is the category girls under 18. Arturs, 3 pawns versus knight. How difficult this can be for white to defense?
Well, normally this would be a equal material situation in a middle game, because as we know, 3 pawns equal a knight, and you would say that knight is doing just fine. However, there's one thing when pawns usually become the stronger pieces, the stronger things, and those are the endgames. And here in Rochel's game, we see that Black has very far advanced those pawns, and this knight on c1 Keti, I'm not sure it can handle everything. And we just saw the American player execute e3, asking direct questions to the white king, where do you want to go? And anywhere you go, I see problems, because king c2, f3, f2 is a major issue. If you go the other way, king e2, how about king c3, king b2, push for this pawn?
Yeah, as we are trying to reach the board and we can't really find, we can assume that Black has already converted this position, and it seems like the game, the king is standing on e5, and we can assume that's the board. Second game is in progress, and this has been a really nice game so far. So white managed to win the exchange, and here we have this very unusual endgame: 2 bishops and pawn versus rook, bishop, and 2 pawns here. What can be the easiest way to convert this position for white?
I think it involves pushing forward a pawn at some point. So my best guess is think about bishop d1, a4, trade the pawns, bishop a4, somehow convince black to trade the bishops, and then convert the endgame. So in theory, it seems to be easy. However, I think the rook on a7 for white is not really so well positioned, because as soon as she's going to play something like bishop d1, a4, the rook might be under attack. Think about ideas like bishop f2 hitting the rook, and if she leaves with the rook the a file, the pawn on a4 is lost for no reason. So I'm thinking maybe the right idea is go all the way around, put the rook at a1, then play bishop d1 and play a4. But obviously there's drawbacks to that as well.
It's a funny looking like idea, but that can also exist, of course, to push the pawn. I was thinking, Arturs, maybe it's good to trade light square bishops here in this position for white, and then activate the king. And why we need to trade the bishops? Because then white will have this free pass on the light squares: king e4, king d5, king c6, and you cannot do much about this. So it is white to move here, and what can be the way to find the trade here, the bishops?
That's the thing, right? How do we get it off? Because if the bishops disappear, then it's absolutely winning. I agree. That maybe is something we should have started with. I should have started with. But I don't see how. Maybe the most realistic scenario is the g4 square, which, by the way, could be done right now. So bishop g4, and I seemingly forced the trade. But there's this one issue. Bishop f5 check. And maybe we can somehow improve this idea. Something like king e3. But then again, I think that black is going to see coming this threat already a mile away and meet it accordingly. I'm talking about like bishop c7 idea, bishop b6. So white is simply not in time to execute this idea. It's not easy, you know, because this is a kind of position that you see it and you think, no, this is totally winning. But how? Precisely. And Alakvardieva, she's down on 9 minutes. It's not going to be easy. This is a very high stakes game for her because she is trying to catch up with the leader, Wu Rochelle, who apparently already has won her game, and she doesn't want to trail back even further because Rochelle right now is on 8 points, I believe, out of 9.
Arturs, let's try to make some moves. So how about rook a8 to give a check?
Okay. By the way, the bishop b8 also is a move, but okay, let's make king c7.
And now let's go with rook to h8 to have it far.
Okay.
And now rook to h7, pinning the light square bishop. And something like king d4. I'm going to play king d5. Your king is cutted from the 7th rank now, and the rook is the other side.
I like it. I think it also keeps all the options open. Because what does this rook do on a7? Maybe on h7 is doing a bit more with the idea of king d5 that you said, or rook h1, rook a1 idea. It seems to be better position. But by the way, we already have a move on the board because Alakvardieva, she has already played, and it is rook a6. Might be essentially the same.
Actually, maybe she even wants to play bishop c6 right away.
Okay, yeah, and I guess black is not going to respond with king c7. She's reaching. No, she's not reaching. Then king c7 has to be played. There is a scenario that we might see this endgame at some point reaching where white decides to sacrifice the exchange on d7 and capture the pawn on b5. And it might be a very big theoretical debate if that is actually winning or not. I think it's...
Can be, if it's on the right time, it can be something, but from this perspective, with this pawn structure, with these side pawns, they tell us it's a draw.
Should be a draw, yeah, but short completely.
Yeah, what's the time situation? We don't see right now, but so far they are comfortable on the time. I think this game can go some minutes more, and so we might have time scramble. Meanwhile, we can go to the girls under 14 first board, and black decided to keep the queens on the board to have more chances to win, and white keeps the eye on f7 pawn. So it is now white to move. Rook e5 has been played now. Bishop is under attack, and white retreats bishop to f1 to bring it to g2 to have safer king.
Well, Keti, I'm looking at this endgame and I'm wondering, what are the odds that we might see a very famous theoretical endgame? I'll just show you what I mean. So let's say black does something. Not sure. Let's say king g7. And we see at some point in some scenario this endgame. After bishop c4, black wins the pawn, bishop d5, take it, and king g2. I remember I studied this a long time ago, and there's some very nice techniques. So I'm not going to do it right now, but I think there is a possibility that because of black's piece activity that she might conquer this pawn on b4. And then there's some very nice nuances about this position where the pawn stands, because with the pawn on h5 it's much more difficult. With the pawn on h7 it's easier, but you have to know this. This particular position is in Dvoretsky's endgame manual. How to win this?
How to win.
How to win?
Yeah.
Do we do it now or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Shortly, yeah.
All right. Shortly. Okay.
Scheme.
So I think I still remember. I'll just explain the concept. So what black wants to do is get the king on e1.
Yeah.
And it happens pretty much inevitably. So white plays something like h4. I really don't remember the precise details.
Wait.
I just get to the point. It happens inevitably. There's nothing you can do. So I'll just get to the point, where black is advancing, and this is the only defense that white can do. Of course, you're arguing, and you're absolutely correct, because there might be this counterplay against those pawns, but somehow black does this. And then you play f4. And this is where a lot of very interesting positions arise, because you would think that if black plays f6, h6, g5, for example, like this, that this is good, but actually this leads to a very famous fortress, like this. Black cannot make the progress. It's quite an unbelievable position. So white controls these penetration squares, most importantly the f2 square. The black king cannot get to f2, otherwise would be winning. And this is where this position, there is a very nice technique that black wins by playing h6 and positioning the rook on g7. So if I remember correctly, black starts with a king on e3. White keeps the bishop here. I think it was the accurate move. Like, let me try to remember. I think it was h6, bishop goes here, here, and then the key idea was going here. And this is almost the only idea. Rook g7, you have to guard a square. g5, takes, and rook takes. And the idea is a 5/4 is killing. So it's a very, very nice finesse. And then, sometimes in these positions, there's obviously more lines, I'm just showing the key idea. Sometimes in these positions, black already is committed to h5. And then it's much more difficult. Because now, for example, we are standing doing exactly the same. I'm just going to immediately transpose to this 4, king e3. We're holding these two squares. Now this idea of 6 g5 no longer works because the pawn already stands on h5. And actually the only winning idea, if I remember correctly, somebody please correct if I'm wrong, was, okay, let's start with the white moves.
If you're wrong, no one will correct you, don't.
Okay, all right. So f5, this is the move. Push away the bishop. I think the proper way was here. Bishop c6, rook d6, bishop b7, and now the key move g5. The only idea. And now the key point is that after h takes on g5, there's h4. Black collects all those pawns. There's obviously some tricks. And after f takes, f4, g takes. There were so many tricky lines here, but ultimately the consensus is that the stronger side is winning. And I had once in my career, Keti, the chance to play this. And I had a pawn on h7. I played for fun, you know, to put the pawn on h5. I didn't even want to play h6, f6, rook g7 because I wanted to test if I remember this. But my opponent misplayed it. It was a rapid game. But what I'm saying that this is a very interesting theoretical endgame, and what a amazing moment it would be that we would get it in this game.
Oh, very, very interesting actually what you just showed to us. And we know that it's quite complex and there are a lot of questions how white can play, but what we can agree is that it is black who creates the threats. White can't really create that much of the threats in that position, so maybe black has to get that position to have more chances to win.
But now the pawn on g5 already stands on the board, and I don't know any longer what is this, because this is completely something else. I think g5 is a great move, because it stops white from playing this typical h4, which I think white wants to include as quickly as possible, and if you go back a couple of moves, I'm not sure if Kirtaze had any time. No, she had time. She could have played h4. I think she should have played h4. And she did not. And now I think that Hamdanova uses this small moment here to fix the pawn on g5. Oh, what I'm doing. I'm already going somewhere else.
I think it's our lines.
Yeah. And now this pawn on h4 is never going to stand, and maybe we might not even see this technique anymore.
Okay. Also, in this position, this g5, somehow we can see black's king. Will white anyway try to use this somehow, or there is not any serious way to do it, like something queen b1, rook h6?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do it. Try to generate some counterplay. I think black can always play king g7 and rook h6 is not going to happen. I love how here, look at this triangle, what Arturs has created. Bermuda triangle, so to speak, where pieces disappear. Yeah, it's beautiful because everything is controlled, yeah? And it's nice. I think she's looking for this extra help because she is not sure about the queen trade. Fantastic, by the way, from Arturs, so I'm very, very impressed. Also, Kirtaze has been holding on, but it's very difficult for white here. And these are the positions where there's no clear path. And looking at a clock, you can see that also Anastasia is lower in the clock, which could play a role. So I think what potentially Arturs might be aiming for here, Keti, is that she tries to get her opponent to the time scramble. And
That's a very good. Yeah, that's a very good technique actually, to not to complicate too much when your opponent has many time on the clock, and then to attack. King g7 has been played, Arturs here, queen a6, and Arturs just played queen to e7. I think she wants to kick the rook off the f file and then hit the pawn on f2.
That's right. I think that if Anastasia wants some clarity, she needs to offer some trades. I think the longer she keeps those two rooks on the board, the more difficult for her is to hold. So I would be already looking some rook c6. But again, look at this. But oh wait, it hits the pawn on b4 as well. I just noticed.
So perhaps rook b6 to avoid losing the pawn.
Right. But it feels a bit awkward, right?
Yeah, she's trying to make the move. She goes rook b6. And now queen and the rook both on the other side of the board. It feels like white's king is is quite lonely there.
This is very dangerous. Now look at this, Keti. I mean, rook c2, rook f5. Black could immediately go for the kill. How do you even defend? I mean, I don't see. How do you defend after rook c2 here? Right here. Rook c2. How's the defense of the pawn on f2? I don't like this queen on a6. It feels very disconnected from action. And maybe king g1.
Yeah, king g1 allows many things. Even rook to e1 to pin this bishop would be very difficult to play.
I think she blundered. That's what it feels like. Or she was just tricked. She was just tricked, I think, here. Once again, rook f6, king g7. Yeah, maybe queen a6 was not a good move. But I understand her completely because, I mean, when you are playing on defensive for so long, you want to be active.
Actually, here you cannot do much. After rook a6, rook c2 is the move.
Oh, there's still rook c2.
And f2 is hanging. Yeah, maybe g5 was the strong move here, and White had to stop that playing h4 as you were demonstrating.
Yeah, now, yeah, maybe she already had to try to go for that endgame with rook c4 related. I mean, not allow g5, but h4, rook c4, that's the knowledge. Okay, so it looks like here Black is really looking good to win this game and essentially become a sole leader of the tournament because, I mean, Arturs' run, it's a fairy tale. I mean, after missing the first round.
Yeah, but also like it shows how strong is she with in sense of like mental strength. Losing the first point, can't make it on time, and then to come back in a very strong competition, that says a lot.
Yeah, and you can see Black already sees the idea. She wants to reach to the c3 rook. I think she wants to execute rook c2. Let's just see it on the live screen, and if she does it, I think we are going to simply select another H category because I don't like Arturs' chances here. Or rook f5, either rook f5 or rook c2. Both of these moves look perfectly good to me.
And Arturs, she cannot make her mind. She's now choosing the move. She chose rook to f5, which also attacks the pawn on f2. And I think Arturs, her idea is that after queen a2, to play something like queen e1. And hit to f2, hit to f1 bishop.
Yeah, and there's also rook c to f3. Yeah, rook c to f3, very strong.
Yeah.
Oh, this is what she wants. Not rook c2, but rook c to f3. Double the rooks at f5. Yeah, of course. I mean, why put rook on c2? Just play rook f3. Even here. Yeah, even here is a move. After queen e1 is just adjusted, and then play.
There is a check, yeah?
Yeah, one check precisely. And I don't think that after f6 there's a response. It does weaken the king, but rook f2 is too much of a big threat. And king g2, I think we're already looking at rook takes on f2. Takes, queen a7, and that's it. I think Black is winning this.
Looks quite promising for Black. Let's move forward and check it out. The top board of under 18. Seems like Rublev has converted this advantage, and we can actually take a look how he managed. Last time we saw this game was some moves before. Oh, there was a blunder. We can see there.
So it was here when we were not sure how Black plans to win this. So he played queen a2. Oh, sorry, right here. Queen a2, go back. Queen f4, big mistake. Very difficult, of course, to judge White because the position is unpleasant. He played queen f4. Now rook d1. Now Black doesn't need to worry about the counterattack on the pawn on g6. So, yeah, and when you're forced to go into passive defense, of course, now you're not going to have time to lead the defense properly. And yeah, there you go. Queen h3 grab now found holes in White's defense. Check. king starts to march forward, nothing good is going to come out of this, and that probably is a mate on the board somewhere.
Yeah, it's a mate in few moves. Well done by Grubnev, but also we have to shout out once again Mark J, who stood really, really strong in very difficult position. Game on the second board under 16 is still in progress. Let's see if we have any updates in this position, and we have a lot of updates actually.
Well, Klimkowski has definitely made a progress here. So he is down on 7 minutes with some seconds versus Costa's 13. I think that Costa is really trying hard not to fall in time trouble because he knows all too well dangerous position with a time scramble is a deadly combination. He doesn't want to test this.
Yeah, and Arturs, if you don't make any correct moves here, you might fall for some unfortunate blunders. Like, for instance, if you pass the move and play bishop to f3. Anyway, f5 has been played.
Oh. Well,
even in this position, how about we play rook to b2?
Precisely, that's what I wanted to ask.
And after bishop a4, you just take the pawn on e5?
Yeah. But why not king d1 though?
Yeah, I have to play king to e1, and then I take...
Ooh. Oh, this is very dangerous.
Wow. King d3 is very strong.
This is very dangerous. I don't like f5, but I mean, of course, Costa is under serious pressure here in this game, and he offers the pawn.
Wow, he puts his hand on the face. Do you think he just sees this as a blunder? Wow.
Well, I can't speak for Costa's body language, but I don't think you want to reveal to your opponent that you have blundered something. And we have seen many occasions, especially, I think, when your opponent hasn't yet made a move, you don't want to give
What
him
is your
any
poker face? Do you
try to sit and do nothing, just breathe calm. I have these situations because I could maybe tell a story. I was once playing in an open tournament against a young kid, talent, international master, and I blundered heavily. You know, I calculated, I thought I'm executing a beautiful combination, the best combination of the past years. And just as I made a move, I realized I'm blundering heavily. And I was like in complete shock. Mm-hmm. And I thought, what should I do? And I was literally counting 5 minutes to sit there at the table. I so wanted to get up and run away. But I sat there 5 minutes. Every second lasted like eternity. 5 minutes passed. I got up quietly, confidently, even drank something like water, walked confidently away. But I was burning inside because I did not want to reveal those emotions I had. And my opponent didn't notice. Because I did not give away anything. And I think it's very important that the players do not give up. Because blunders happen, but you don't want your opponent to know anything about it.
Exactly, Arturs, I agree with that. Rook to b2 has been played here by Jan Klimkowski. Bishop a4 also blitzed out. And then Jan plays in a second bishop rook to b4. He is not going for the pawn on e5. Actually, it makes a lot of sense. Because I think there was this idea that we might miss instead of rook to b4 if black takes on e5. Shall we see that?
Yeah.
If takes on e5, takes the rook, bishop c2.
It's still not enough. Maybe.
Is it lost?
I don't know. It definitely made sense for black to investigate this, especially if he can fix those pawns on the color of his bishop. I think it was a very serious attempt. So I can only assume that Klimkowski has found something better.
Better, yeah, stronger, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, this is, I would totally consider this, but he was not sure. He decided to play rook b4. So what is it if I play bishop e8? Where's his idea? I don't follow. Bishop e8, by the way, is not
Rook
played.
a2 has been played. Oh, he's inviting this actually, rook b2.
Yeah, but I mean now black can take on e5 and there's no rook trade anymore on the board. And I think that Costa already says, okay, you can have my pawn, but I need a bishop on c2 as quickly as possible. Now, let's have a look at this. I think we have a little time. So let's say rook b2, takes, and bishop c2. Is this really so clear? Ah, you're going to be... Wait, but again, it requires very precise calculations.
I don't know, Arturs. After g4, king f4, and you're taking the pawns.
But I'll start with the king.
Start with the king. How about king d4?
And I go back. Oh,
Then
wait.
g4.
King d4, king e2, and then g4. That's a brilliant point. But if I start here, then I might include... Wow.
g4, king e3.
Could be not enough. g4, king g4, sacrifice the bishop. Can I go back here? Because I have another idea. After bishop c2, can I be very creative and start with g4? Or it's too much?
But this also creates the pass pawn for a white.
Yeah, and that's the thing, yeah? I was hoping that with, let's say, e6, takes, h5, put the king here, collect the pawn somehow, and then use the bishop to get to these pawns. It's a win, but I don't know. I'm not sure about this at all, but yeah, it definitely
More
is something.
pawns you are trading, more chances white gets, more
Yeah.
hope white gets. Arturs in the game after rook a2, king to a5 happened in the game. So now Costa is thinking the pawn on f5 is hanging. If pawn is gone from f5, then rook trade will be definitely winning with 2 extra pawns.
I think actually he might consider this with the pawn on g4, bishop c2, he might go for rook b2 because eventually you need to make a progress somewhere. And rook b2 could be something that Klimkovsky would be very willing to consider. Again, for Costa, it's very difficult to lead defense here. He does not look very happy here. It's understandable.
I think he's trying to calculate everything, focus very much. Here what he can count on is the time. He has more time here, Costa, 12 minutes, and Klimkovsky has 4 minutes. Well, it's really risk-free position for Klimkovsky. That's
Such a
also
brilliant
true.
young player. I also have seen some of his previous games. Okay, in this tournament, sometimes it has been rough, but I remember how he beat Shirov recently in Bundesliga. So very talented player to keep an eye on. And you know what I love, Keti, about these tournaments, that very often they start a rivalry, right? You meet somebody at your age group, you are the best competitors, and then this rivalry continues throughout the years, right? But it starts about somewhere here at the youth levels, and then who knows, you know, after something like 5-10 years, they suddenly meet in some very high-level tournaments, but this is where they met at the first time.
Yeah, we all start from this competition. I think every chess player has played once or twice this tournament. So what was the move? There was a move that has been played.
Yeah,
Bishop is already on c2.
Oh, and Klimkovsky down is on 4 minutes. You know, Keti, I have a proposition. So I think it's already becoming pretty clear that this is going to be the game we want to follow. Really close. And I don't see it finishing so quickly. So we could maybe look what's happening on other top boards. I mean, give our assessment if we see any games concluding, and then we come back like in 3 minutes, or so. Just see, so that we're not missing some action. Of course, this is one of the most interesting games. The top board, open section under 14, by the way, also a very interesting game between Vetokhin and Savinsky. Savinsky is the sole leader, and he's holding on, by the way, for quite a long time, and Sava is pressing. Actually, you know, I'm not even sure which game to follow, because this one also looks super important game. Yeah,
it is very important, Arturs. Maybe let's see what is happening here. A few more moves. 95 is the latest move here.
That's right. Oh, by the way, I think we have to show the trick. Yeah, why Black decided not to take the pawn on b5. This was not a blunder. Bishop c6. Thank you for the exchange. Actually, thank you for the rook. That's why Black plays 95 and guards the c6 square. And it seems that Vetokhin already played something. And these are the moments when some extra factors are important, because it's very common that the encounters between the direct competitors, they are decided in long games, like 5-hour games, 6-hour games. And at this moment comes into play the psychological endurance, the physical preparation for the tournament, right? How well are you feeling? Because you might be playing well, first 40, first 50, first 60 moves, then comes the tiredness. Those extra factors are very important.
Yeah. Very important, the tiredness, especially this is not only about today, this is round 9 already. Most of the tournaments are ending after 9 rounds. Here we have 2 more extra rounds. Some of the traits we can see on the board. Let's go with the full screen to check it out. What are the moves that the players have already played?
Vitokin found a very nice way to force the bishop versus the knight from the board, because this knight on e5 was one of the key pieces which hold black's position together. And g5 played by the young Polish player. The pawn on b5 for white is under attack. Feels like a progress for white.
Takes 6, pawn takes, and rook to b2.
Okay.
Arturs, what about rook d5 here? Rook b4?
Mm-hmm.
And
a6?
I would wonder, what happens after a6?
All right, let's put it. I think that black has to do this. Black will have to go for some theoretical endgame at some point. It's otherwise very difficult to play this. So a6, trade the pawns. I guess white has to comply. Takes, here. Yeah, now the question is, where do you position the rook? On the 6th rank or rook b7, rook a7? A couple of rounds ago, we already saw a game between Jakub Seeman and Leonardo Costa, which was decided by white positioning the rook on a8, and they had the pawns on g4, g5. No, wait, it was f4, f5. It was a very nice textbook victory by the young Polish player. We might see something similar here.
We might actually see, and this can be decisive.
I don't know.
Because there is this idea of, let's say rook b7 here, king goes on e6, or I don't know where the king goes.
I guess forward.
Rook a7.
Okay.
We have to reach g7 square, or?
I suppose.
Oh, rook somewhere, rook a2.
I could also try to be active. There's so many nuances in these positions. That's why the rook endgames, they're one of the most difficult endgames around. King g4, a7, f5. Is this even easy? Oh wait, okay, maybe not a7, but could as well be a draw. Black is pretty active. Something like e4 maybe.
Why exactly we allowed this king to be on g4?
Okay, so maybe after king f5, king f3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks more logical. Okay, maybe I can try to kill off a couple of pawns, like g4, king goes here, and rook a3. You know, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Somehow I feel this game is closer to a draw than it's to win for white, but it's very difficult to assess these. And,
yeah, let's maybe go back to the live game. I think black decided not to go after b5. Instead,
yeah, so he had a chance to force this. Maybe he still does.
there's a check, rook e4.
Rook e4. All right. So these are the two games. The two games ongoing on the top board, essentially. So we are going to have to find a way to pay attention to both of the games, because the other board is open section under 16, the second board, Leonardo Costa versus Jan Klimkowski. Very interesting theoretical endgame, and also this one.
Arturs, after king to e6, what white played here?
Yeah, rook e4. So it was rook e4, king e5.
And rook e7. No, rook e7 was on the board, but he took it back.
What? He wanted to play rook e7, but he was not sure.
Oh, Arturs, how about rook a6? Somewhere.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if it's working there, but look at this.
That is shocking. Okay, I guess the pawn has to be protected by killing this guy. But we are going the same way. This is the same position. I mean, we are inevitably going for this, I think. Rook b5 or rook a2. Not sure what's the difference. Takes, but there might be some nuances with white responses next.
Yeah, we can start with g4 actually, with black.
Oh, with black.
Yeah.
So, rook takes, king f3, g4 could be a very nice nuance. King goes here.
I would play here rook b3 to go after e3.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. Yeah, I still think it's quite drawish.
So here actually Sava played rook to b4 to avoid that. It's unpleasant to have this kind of move, rook a6 on the board.
Right. Okay, king f5. He played.
Okay, rook b4.
Rook b4. Okay. Okay. Yeah. By the way, rook d5 with the idea to hit the pawn no longer works. So it's a good move. I like it. It also enables white to play b6. Something I don't like about Sawinski's choice. Maybe he relied too much on this rook e7, that white's going to play automatically, and Vetokhin sensed that something is off.
Yeah,
my opponent wants me to go there.
He put the piece rook there, and then he took it back. There was the moment. Arturs, after king e5, b6 seems to be the move, yeah?
Yeah, that's the point. I mean,
takes.
If you
and
take
the rook
it,
takes.
Exactly, rook takes, and now white has positioned the perfect harmony to position the rook behind the pawn. It looks very dangerous. For example, even this position is, I think, a nightmare scenario for black, because this rook here is very passive, or maybe I could even start with b7 to make sure that there's no way how black can avoid any pawn endgame. Just feels losing. And again, I feel I have to go back to this moment, Keti. I mean, this moment where, once again, knight g4 takes, g5, brilliant defense so far by Sawinski. Why not rook d5?
Rook b4 again.
Yeah, and force the endgame. Yeah, force the endgame. But I get it. I mean, he is not sure, but there's no clear defense anyway. I don't see any clear defense what black can do, and I think the best bet is you just...
Arturs, is there a rook d4 there after a6?
Oh, I'm missing something, yeah?
No. After, like, rook d5, rook b4, a6?
Yeah?
Or even there,
yeah,
rook
even
d4.
rook d4,
yeah.
That's the point, yeah. Maybe that's what he didn't like. Actually, it's a very good point. Yeah, very good point. I didn't see this. Okay, so maybe he's right, actually. Maybe he saw this and he realized there's nothing better. Okay, so this is the current position, and I think that Vetokhin's chances are looking pretty serious. Shall we go back to the game of Costa versus Klimkowski?
We also have very interesting position. Oh, c-pawn is gone. You see, you can't leave these games alone. They are changing so much. So wow.
Let's see what happened here. White was leading an active defense. g4, there you go, critical move. Very important move, fixing those pawns on the square of black's dark square bishop. h5, love this. It feels close to winning. This already feels like quite something. Rook f3, king c4. I think that you can already consider rook trade here.
But
Wait, he made something. Another move. H4, yeah? Do I see correctly? H4 is on the board?
yeah, H4 is on the board.
Can we go full screen? I think there's already not so many pieces on the board that we can afford to not to look at the actual live analysis board, but see action with a better angle. Yeah, H4 is on the board. Now this looks very serious. It just forces almost white to take on H4, and this, I guess, is...
But I have a question here. After pawn is captured, rook h3, how about rook a6, rook a7 ideas to stuck with the bishop?
You have to do something, I guess.
Rook a7?
But the problem is this bishop is blocked at the moment. So even taking the pawn makes sense. So let's say you play something like king b4. There could be some unpleasant checks. Pushing the king away.
Let's bring the chessboard back as we're showing in the analyze.
I just realized. Sorry about that. I just realized that. Yeah, so we started to analyze. Yeah, so here we see very nice angle. So we're discussing here this idea of g takes on h4, rook h3, and Keti was suggesting how about here giving these perpetual attacks, and I think that bishop h4, king b4, hit the pawn on f7. This check looks very unpleasant. And I mean, you are literally going the other way where you want to. And something like rook f3, rook f4, king g6, f5. White is dreaming about a scenario to play h takes, h3, h takes, and g4. I don't see this happening. I think that Klimkovsky's chances to win this are very serious. But it's the clock. I mean, 2 minutes on the clock.
How about rook a6 now?
Okay. Rook a6, king g7.
And rook a7.
And now rook a7. Yeah, but now I think I can afford to take.
Oh, Arturs, there's also bishop d4 there. D1, I'm sorry, and attack the pawn on g4.
Oh, here.
Yeah. Oh, and black can be fancy here to take the pawn on g3.
I don't think so. I already looked at this, unfortunately.
f2, rook a1.
Yeah. Could be a motive though, somewhere. March with the king, yeah. Sacrifice the exchange.
Costa has quite nice time on the clock, so he can find some strong moves here. He has to make strong moves, otherwise
Bishop
it's getting
D1.
worse
I
and
like
worse.
this, Keti. This is very nice. So maybe there is a defense actually, but it's all about the right of the moves, like check bishop d1 or bishop d1 first. So let's try this once again. Bishop d1, I'm about to hit the pawn on g4. Very logical move. Of course, there's some rook e3 moves. And you can't take on g4. Maybe he needs to figure out what's the right order of the moves.
Oh, Artur, there's a very nice line. Rook f2, bishop g4, rook h2. You take to h4, rook h4, and I'm winning the rook. Sorry, bishop.
Okay, and if I don't take on h4, this is beautiful. And if I don't... there's no rook a3! There's no rook a3! That's very unfortunate. Could be important. Oh, that's a nice idea. Maybe this is the reason why Costa yet hasn't made a move, because obviously when you play something like bishop d1, you expect what your opponent is going to do, and then you try to combine it together and see if this is the puzzle that you like. All right. I just switched on the Almighty Beast, and it says, White, of course, is holding, but it's like barely one line.
I don't rely on
I don't know.
that.
It's very difficult to find it. Very difficult. I mean, I'm not even sure I would say that this position is winning, but looking how the game was progressing, it already felt that Black's chances are pretty serious. Starting from the very beginning where he got...
Shall we see that line, actually, how it's...
okay. All right.
So it suggests G takes H4, Rook H3.
And now it's changed its mind. Now it's just low-level engine. So Rook H3.
Rook A6.
Check. Here. So where's the draw? What?
Oh.
Come on. What is this?
Don't be ridiculous, Andrea.
This makes no sense at all. No sense. What is this Rook A4?
And like if I take the pawn on H4, then what?
I don't even get it what happens after Rook H2. And King D5. Pin the king. Pin the rook. Okay, and if I take on here, still King D5.
Bishop D1.
And if I play here, King E6. Oh, come on. Yeah, good luck. Good luck picking this up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, G takes on H4.
Rook F2. Here actually Klimkowski played in a second. Bishop D1, Rook F2.
Bishop D1 he played, yeah?
Yeah. Rook F2 and G takes H4.
Yeah, it's very difficult here to
Rook H2.
Be objective. Kostak has the right idea.
And White played a move.
Okay.
Rook King D3.
King D3. So if Black managed to put the pawn on F5, he's winning. He can already take the pawn on H4.
But actually, what Costa did is very smart.
Very.
He's doing the same thing.
Like
guess. After Rook H4, Rook A4 is the idea.
There's King G5, that's the point.
And Rook A7?
Hit the bishop. But it might be move per move continuation. This is again very tricky and
it's on the board.
It's on the board. Okay,
yeah.
Let's put it, yeah? No, it's not on the board, not Rook.
This position is on the board.
This position is on the board. All right, so not entirely sure. Again, Engine says this is a mistake from Costa's part, but I mean, come on. Who can play this position correctly? Yeah, it's very difficult.
Okay, now Black is not taking the pawn on H4. This might be big nuance that you are pushing the pawn forward.
It's also a big decision. Wait a second. What happens?
6.
Okay, one check. Push away the king. Nice touch.
Maybe King E5, Arturs?
King F5, okay.
E5.
King E5.
Yeah.
But how far do you want to go? There's not far you can go, actually.
I mean, I prefer to have King E5, not...
Yeah, but there's going to be checks. Anyway, King G7 is played. It seems that Klimkowski is sure. His body language says he's sure. He's tired, but he's sure. We are not sure, but he is sure. Yeah. I think it does spell some confidence.
Yeah, you need to be confident, of course, to win the World Championship title.
Let's maybe go back once again to game of Sava Vetokhin versus Pavel Sawinski, because this is equally important game. And Vetokhin is making progress. The pawn stands on G4. Good technique. Not rushing with the queenside pawns. I like this. King F3 maybe. Look for the right moment to trade. Sawinski's chances look worse and worse by every move. But of course the game still continues. But look at the clock, Keti. I mean, he's down on the last seconds. We haven't yet got the final move. What could it be? Rook E4. Okay, there you go. With 42 seconds on the clock. Look at that.
So the pawn is under attack and Rook B4 is a threat here.
Is Vetokhin going to play King F3?
Rook
No.
C7.
Rook C7. Oh, this is brilliant. He goes also for the mate idea. This is really strong, and I think now Savinsky is going to realize there are some extra problems. It's not only this rook endgame, it's also the king's safety.
Rook b4. He
Rook
allows that happening.
b4, I guess the point is after rook d7. Now he grabs the pawn on g4. We are going to get our
Wow,
priority here.
that's a nice one to take g4 afterwards.
What about king f3 here? Looks very good, Keti. King f3 or queen g3, protect the pawn, keep the mate threats alive. I think he needs this pawn on g4. The pawn on b5
But
no longer
Arturs, there's
matters.
rook g8 in the end. It's not a checkmate for sure.
I agree. Yeah, it's not a mate immediately, but it's definitely an idea, right? So can I play king f3? Rook takes, rook d7. Maybe let's just put it on the board while Sava is thinking. King f3 takes it, rook b7, check, check, mate. That's the big threat. Rook g8, rook a7. This rook is very passive. Definitely feels like a progress for white. And Sava's reaching for the move. He's making it. No, he plays something else.
Rook a7.
That's the same, essentially. Oh, wait, it's even better without losing tempi.
It's better, yeah.
It's just better. Although, if I take with this rook on b5, to keep the pressure on the pawn on g4, we might be seeing exactly the same almost endgame as Simon versus
It's
Costa.
amazing endgame.
Very, very important moment here. So I think it could be something like, let's say, rook b5, takes, takes, a6, rook a5, rook a8, and the king is saying hello. Could be just winning. I think it's winning. Or maybe not. Okay. Yeah, you never know.
Is the safest word very often. Rook g8 is on the board. Arturs, let's get the live game. So rook 4 to b5, rook d7, and rook g8.
Rook 4 to b5. I don't like this move. I think he should have traded with the other rook. Now, on top of these things, he needs to worry about his king's safety.
And black goes rook a5. White goes e4 very fast. Actually, he wants to play a5, rook d6. That's brilliant ideas.
Right. And also, look at Vetochin's body language. He looks much more confident now. These are the moments usually when you need some extra qualities.
You just need to bring the king all the way to b file now, and black's rook from g8 cannot move. Another rook can give the checks, but it forces you to get closer.
All right, so
What is the move?
rook a to check. Black resorts to some checks, which only pushes the king further where it wants to be. King e3. Vetochin is not sure. He's thinking about it. No, it's good. King e3 is good. He was slightly worried about the pawn on g4. I don't think that he has the time to take it. Check, 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 check. The king goes where it wants. Could be still very tricky.
If you go for that pawn on g4, the white will give the rook, and a7 wins actually.
Yeah, I think you're right. Rook b7, a7, rook b8, mate threats.
Rook g7, and then a7.
Oh, rook g7. Oh, this is beautiful. We have to show this. Here.
I don't know, yeah.
Okay, could be, the execution could be more precise.
Rook g7 here.
Immediately. Okay. Yeah, rook g7, takes, a7. There's the 5 still, of course, but okay. Let's follow the live game after king e3, rook a3, check. Here, Vetochin is having some doubts.
Yeah, what white is, black is counting on? King goes all the way to d6.
Maybe he's counting for the king to go to b6 and then use this rook to generate counterplay, because the king might be standing not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, nice defense actually by black.
Or actually, by the way, hit the pawn. King d5 probably is the most accurate way. All right. Now that we have looked at this, I have a feeling this game is not going to finish the next 3-4 moves. Yeah, so it still continues. So Vitokin is trying to fight out very quickly, and Black has still very decent chances. Let's maybe once again use this opportunity. You see the players are playing out very quickly. I don't see immediate progress. Let's use back once again this opportunity, go back to the game of Costa versus Jan Klimkovsky, because now we are getting something. Wait a second. Oh my goodness, what a big moment here. We just missed the final move, Rook D2 check. This was part of a larger sequence.
Nice one.
King C3, but wait, is this winning? This is beautiful. King D2, Bishop B4. So even in such simple positions, you need to be tactically sharp.
Rook D5?
Rook D5, King C4. Where's the win?
Rook E5? Oh, no, then Rook C5. King
Rook D5 is on the board?
Yeah, King C5.
I still don't see.
F4? What?
No.
Rook D4.
Rook D4 check. Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. We are gonna get a very interesting theoretical endgame, cutting off the king horizontally. This is one of the most dangerous things. I think that Klimkovsky is winning this. He's winning this because if the king cannot get back to the defense, put on F2, this would be an easy draw. This is one of the most dangerous things. Of course, everybody knows that if you cut off the king horizontally, it's my apologies, vertically, it's dangerous, but horizontally, it's even more dangerous because this king just cannot get to this pawn, and the black king advances further. One of the most interesting theoretical endgames there is. Can I go back, check how this happened, this amazing sequence? Fantastic play here by some of the best players. So we saw this position right here. G2, rook goes here, bishop C5, seems that black was winning. Beautiful defense by Costa. So he went for this position, aiming for rook and bishop versus rook.
Wow, amazing. All these moves are fantastic, actually. Rook D5 now, and then rook D4.
Stunning.
Rook A6 is already on the board, cutting the king on the 6th rank. I assume rook E4 will follow here.
Oh, wait. Maybe things are not so simple after all.
Oh my God,
Because I
Arturs.
see this king is not making any progress. Wait a second, is this even winning? Oh my goodness. I assume there's rook H6. Oh my goodness. And Costa has 6 minutes and Klimkovsky has 1 minute and 40. I mean, the stakes could not have been higher here. Rook H6 is played, trying to bring the king into action. I guess he wants to cut off the king with something like, I'm not yet entirely sure. Let's just follow this. I definitely see what he wants to do. So vertical cutoff, horizontal cutoff didn't work. So he wants to do it vertically once again. Yeah, I'm always mixing up which is vertical, which is horizontal.
Which is left, which is
Yeah,
right.
I mean, it's very tough. Yeah, I think I already said it wrong the other time. Yeah, which is which, yeah. And then I remember horizont. Yeah, horizont. This is have a difficult time. Okay, obviously white cannot trade. White cannot trade. The rook on h6 would be losing pawn endgame. So let me just put it on the board. Rook h6, king h6, king d4, king g5, king e3, king g4. This is a basic opposition of the pawn endgames. It's not going to happen, of course. So Costa, he is looking for something else.
What white should play here?
Somewhere away. I don't know.
Let's see. Rook
Somewhere
A8.
really far away. Either rook a1 or rook a8.
Rook A1.
Rook a1.
And after rook E6?
Yeah, it's a very fair question. Wait. I think you might go for this defense. Rook a3, rook e3. But the question is, why did he need rook a1 then? Maybe it was more precise to play rook a3 first. So tricky these endgames are.
But wait, there's f4 to stop that happening. For instance, king f6 now.
Yeah, I mean, rook e6 makes absolute sense. King f6 also looks a very legit move.
Arturs, where is this endgame position when you keep the rook in front of the f pawn and it's drawn?
What do you mean?
This theoretical position when pawn is on the 5th rank, you play rook to f1 and black can improve.
Yeah, but I mean, in the Veresca's Endgame manual, there's like 20 pages on it. There's so many different scenarios. I already don't remember because, now you're referring to this. Yeah, rook e6, rook f1.
Yes.
King goes here and king goes here.
Yes.
Yeah, and there were many pages. There's all kinds of scenarios. I already don't remember them. And I'm not sure that the players do.
That's fine. No one remembers for its
But this is the
games.
idea eventually. You want to trade the rooks, get the opposition right, and get the king to the safety. So
Look at this.
who remembers
actually.
this?
He remembers here, Costa. He is so certain that this is his game. King d4 has been played.
King d4, I guess Klimkovsky wants to cut off the king. Rook
h3.
h3.
Rook g1. Stopping king progressing. Yeah, someone remembers, I think, these lines.
And now, black apparently cannot make a progress. What a defense by Costa.
Amazing.
I mean, is this even entire sequence winning? Maybe it was not. It was looking so good.
Wow,
If
nice
f4,
defense.
there's
But
king e4.
also Jan tried his best to
Fantastic.
It's just like obstacle color bishop. I think it's very difficult.
Now that we see it on the full screen, shall I go back? Was there a win? So was this even winning, all of this sequence? Engine says G2 is actually a mistake. So this entire beautiful sequence is actually a mistake. Who can blame Jan for this? And Engine says instead of this, you should have continued something else like rook f2 first. Push your pawns. By the way, this also makes a lot of sense. Rook f2, f4, f3, g2. And now, oh wait, this is not a position. I think I already lost it, where they are. So let me just try to find it again here. Not rook h6, of course, but rook a1. There you go. Rook a1, king f6. I think I found it. There you go.
The position, current position?
No, this is not a position. I have difficulties to find because when you analyze so many... No, it's just a draw. That's it. That's it. We have right now a very basic opposition, and Costa has achieved. He has achieved the theoretical position. Now he's going to make an easy draw. There's no way he's going to lose this. And Klimkovsky is just out of inertia playing it out. He's going to give it a couple of tries, but of course he's very disappointed because he was so close. He was so close, and I think this moment, once again, if you go back, this critical moment, he fell for a very beautiful tactic, which unfortunately for him leads to a draw. Right here, this was the critical moment where he had to try rook goes here, push away the bishop, and now play g2.
What?
Now the point is, if you go here, I play rook f1.
But there was rook bishop g2, no, in the game.
What?
Bishop g2.
Anyway,
Anyway, the game has been ended. It's a draw. And Arturs, we're also missing the last moves of the other game. Let's go there. This actually second and first board in the boss board under 16 has been ended in a draw. Let's focus now on this one. This is the last game in progress.
Still very unclear, and the both players are down on 1 minute. So you could see, of course, disappointment in Klimkovsky's eyes because this was a very good chance for him to catch leader Jakub Seman, who drew today, and had he won, they would have been the same amount of points. Okay, what's done is done. A draw is agreed, and now we are following the final minutes of this very thrilling game of Fetokin versus Savinsky, open section under 14, top board. What a drama! What a fight between leaders.
Right, check is on the board. And wherever the king goes, black can still give the check. And so far, it's not so clear how white is progressing.
Actually, I see. I mean, after king a3, if you take on e5, there's a mate on the board as well.
Oh, good eye.
Yeah, you can't do that. Actually, this is major progress for Vertokhin. And he is right now trying to figure out where to position the king. Where do you put it? I mean, there's king c3, there's king a3, there's king c5, there's king a5.
But wait, what he played? King a4.
King a4. All right. Why not? Makes perfect sense.
He goes rook a1 check.
Rook a1 check.
Bishop, rook sorry, king to b3 probably. He wants to get closer.
I guess so. Yeah, and I guess at this moment the tiredness kicks in.
Oh, why not rook g1, rook g4 with the check here?
You mean here?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're leaving the pawn unattended, right? It looks scary. So this was, of course, the possibility. So rook g1, rook b7, rook takes on g4, king somewhere, b5, rook a1, and like e6. I guess he was afraid to go here.
Yeah, but still, this is fine position. There is no checkmate straights, but anyway, black is giving some more checks. He has different plan. And after this check, king went on b4, rook. Yeah, okay, we have it on the board.
There's the update. Still super unclear.
Rook c1.
Yeah, black is giving a lot of checks. It's good because every single move gives extra 30 seconds on the clock, gives you time to think about things. It's not like these are difficult moves for black. I think Vitokin is in a much more difficult situation. I mean, he's the one who is playing for the win.
Arturs, can white go king e6, like rook c1, king d5? It's already on the board, we can make it.
Rook c1, king d5,
d5, rook d1 is on the board.
Rook d1, king e6.
And yeah, he played king e4, but what happens after king e6?
King e4 is on the board, yeah?
Yeah.
What happens after king e6? Okay, I see the engine lines, of course, which make no sense. What would happen after the human move f takes on e4 is rook b7, a7, rook b8, and I guess white somehow wins. How human is this? I'm not entirely sure.
Rook a1 is a nice move, actually. It makes a lot of sense. Rook a1 to give up f6 pawn and then to give a check.
Right, that's the best defense, yeah. So
King a4.
King e4 was played.
And
now again, he can give a check on e1. Should he do something else? Sometimes we forget these kids are only 14 years old, right? And they're playing these very complex endgames that are difficult to validate even from grandmaster's perspective.
For instance, Sava is 2400 international master, so kid by the age, but by the chess level.
Already perhaps a completely different level. And also Savinsky, I mean, playing some very impressive chess here today. No matter how this game finishes, I think both of them deserve absolute praise. And it's a very good reason, of course, why they're fighting right now on top board. Savinsky tries to remain cool. He still sees, of course, f takes on e5 cannot be played because rook e6 checkmate on the board. So instead, he opts for
rook e1 check, king f3.
Now the question, can he take the pawn on e5? Can he do it?
Yeah, let's make it on the board.
I think he's about to play it anyway. No? Or maybe, okay, let's put it. Rook e5. Rook e5, f takes on e5, and I guess the king is going to go back on e4. Look at this. No, he's not going to do it. No, he's not going to go there.
He's given a check.
So he plays instead rook f1 check. King e2, king g2, both of these moves make perfect sense. I guess king e2 is more human because it also is closer to the pawn on a6. Savinsky, I guess, is going to play something like rook f4, and I think that at some point, Vitokin is going to have to push forward a pawn. Could it be here?
Yeah, less than a minute on the clock for black, and it makes even more difficulty for black to find the most precise moves. But so far, he's finding really nice checks on the board. Rook f4 is one move. Can be rook a1 as well. Some possibilities like that. What
Could
is
be.
going? Rook f4 is the move, going after g4 pawn.
Sava looks more confident now. You can see he tried to establish some eye contact. Yeah,
confident, I think.
Very confident. I think we can expect great things from this guy. Rook b7 makes sense. Activate a pawn. What else is there? Rook e6. Maybe try to trade the rooks. Force the endgame into something.
Oh, then rook c7 or something. I'm free the rook.
I mean, I see two ideas, Keti. What do you say? What
rook e6, rook c8.
Oh,
Free the rook.
Free the rook. Rook. All right. Yeah, tough choice for Vetocher. Could be one of them. And as it happens, usually one of them is winning and the second is draw. How do you know? I mean, which one is it? Is it rook e6, rook f6? Is it rook b7, a7? Which one do you make? Vetocher believes it's rook b7. You might be right.
All right, you don't have much of the choice here with black. Yeah, you have to take g4 pawn, otherwise... Anyway, white is playing a7 next move. And you play rook a4 next.
That's right. Maybe Saminska already suspects the position could be losing. It doesn't mean this position is losing or that it doesn't contain any tricks. There you go,
G4.
one pawn less. a7 should be played very quickly. I love how Sava spends here like extra 5-10 seconds always, you know? Give another assessment, another look, not rush it out. Look at this. He spends like another 10, 15 seconds, and then he's going to play a7. Or maybe he's looking at something else. Maybe he is actually. But a7 seems very easy move here.
a7 is the move, because otherwise rook comes on e4.
Now the most dramatic moment is approaching us here. a7 stands and white is one step away from queening.
Rook h8.
Rook h8. Oh, wow.
Black has his own ideas to checkmate white's king. Nice.
Did Sava expect this move? I mean, you don't want to be reminded that black has some counter ideas here as well, right? There's some checks.
Yeah, Arturs, what happens after rook b8? I'm so confused.
I guess we have to put it on the board. Rook b8.
Rook h2.
Check. King f3. I guess I give you a check. King.
G3.
Oh no. Don't tell me this is the... Some perpetual check ideas.
What? Rook
Some mate
h7?
ideas. Wait a
Rook
second.
h7? Wait, Artur, we have to go back in the game.
What did I miss?
A lot. Wait, where are we going?
Yeah.
Rook h8 and rook h7?
Rook h7.
What?
Why not? Makes perfect sense. Close the h file.
So if you take the rook, there's a1 queen. And you are move behind that threat that you showed earlier.
I don't even believe it. I mean,
Wow.
some crazy ideas. Rook
Rook
h7 is a brilliant
e8.
move. Rook e8.
Oh my god, what is happening here? Once again, rook b8 is out there.
Is this even winning now? Now there is no rook b8, I guess. Rook b8, rook e5, rook a4.
Rook is hanging, yeah, on h7.
I think we are approaching the moment when the nerves can kick in because, yeah, I mean, you have been pressing the entire game for the victory and now you're in time scramble. Your opponent keeps finding those resources.
Rook e7.
Okay,
Now we can take and rook a4. That should be safe.
Take, rook a4. What about queen?
Oh, I
It's
didn't
also
see
a
that.
problem, by the way.
I didn't see.
I don't think he's going to
Oh no.
You
Is there rook
think-
e4?
No.
Rook e5?
You want to go to that? Try to be a fortress?
No,
you
I
never
say
go
if
there.
there is a move like that, I don't want to
Oh,
go
I think
anywhere in this position.
I think it's totally going to be something like... you mean rook e4, rook e5? Oh, wow. No, wait, no, I don't believe it. So what can we put on the board? Rook e4, king of 3. And rook f4, I'm not sure. Anyway, he has chosen a move. And he took on e7.
Wow.
I mean, it's just incredible. He allows white a queen. And what happens now? I mean, this should be a winning, no? How is
You
this?
can't hide the king, just giving the checks.
Oh my goodness, rook d3, rook g2, rook g1, rook g2, rook g3, rook g4. You go, I guess, somewhere here.
Rook a4. You are given the checks, it's a draw.
Look at that. Look at that. I mean, I discarded this as, you know, something which is never going to happen. But what an imagination of the young Sawinski here. I take my cap off. If I had it, I would just take it off, really. I mean, right here.
Huh?
I mean, I had it, I would just take it off, you know, on bow. Absolute stunning imagination.
Wow. Oh, this is brilliant.
But by the way, Betokin is still thinking. Look at this. He's still thinking. No, he's not going to queen. He instead takes this rook e7. Are we seeing this? It's just absolutely incredible stuff. He did not queen. I think most of the kids, like 99.9%. Okay, let it say 100%, we just queen on the spot without thinking.
Yeah, but like he's 2400. He's
That's
strong,
like 2800
actually.
already here, Keti. I mean, it's crazy. Okay, rook a4 is the only move here. It's already on the board. e6. Is Betokin going to risk it all? Already acknowledge that there might be not a win.
King f5 after e6.
e6, king f5. Black also has some counter ideas. Maybe this is the time where you have to accept there was no win. But
wow, what a game! And these players actually have very nice endgame technique.
Let's go full screen right here so that we are following this action right now. What an amazing game to follow. I'm so glad we are following it.
What else we can do?
No, I mean,
I'm
glad that there's no other game happening at the same time.
We have to work.
I did read the draw.
Wow.
Wow, fantastic.
I thought the game of a day was this game under 14 second board. Then I thought the game of a day was under 16 second board. Now I think this was another game. We have too many incredible games today.
I stand up and I applaud to these two young players. Of course, Betokin is very disappointed, but my applause, my admiration from both of them. Absolutely stunning performance. I mean, we have to once again, probably after they sign their score sheets, Keti, I just love to bring this critical moment here. Could be one of the most dramatic moments of this World Championship all along. If we could only get an analysis board once again on the screen, I'm going to show you these crazy lines that happened, that did not happen, but both players were trying to calculate. Right, there you go. Rook takes on e7. Of course, Sava saw he can queen, but he did not queen. Why? Because after rook e5, he assumed there's probably a perpetual check, and I think he's right. I don't see a way to avoid this check, because if the king goes somewhere at the queen side, rook g3, rook g2, rook g1, black gives checks limitlessly. If you go here, rook f4 check, rook e3, rook e2, rook e1, unbelievable stuff.
That is indeed amazing, and well done both of the players. Pavel Sawicki had another very, very nice defense. We have seen some of the incredible stuff from this guy, rook h5, and the checkmate in one of the rounds without queen on the board, and this was almost another game without queen on the board. He is a tough kid, as well as Sava Betokin, who pressed way too much. But this is the end of today's round. Round 10, round 11 will be even more promising, Arturs. Now let's take a look at the results and summarize the day in the round 9. We do have in the girls section, first and second board have been decisive. Rachel Wu keeps the leader's position in this category. On the 16 category, we do have the draw on the first board, and Alexandra Shverova won her game. This means that she is joining the sole leader Wang, and girls under 14 seems that White has lost both on the games with white pieces. Anastasia Kirtadze lost against Afruza Hamdanova, and Afruza is now the sole leader. Time to take a look at the open section's results.
And yeah, there you see the results of the open section under 18. Grebnev is unstoppable here in this tournament. Yet another victory for the FIDE representative. He already has 8.5 points out of 9. Ansat on second board defeated Dimon Chernek with a beautiful attack. Then open 16, we have 2 draws on top board. Seaman managed to equalize. Then he was trying to push. He was unable to win. Big disappointment for Jan Klimkovsky, not finding the right way to win. Again, it was very, very tricky. He fell for a beautiful line, which proved to be just a draw. And then we just witnessed, of course, the game of Sava Vetokin against Pavel Sotemsky. Absolutely heroic draw. And I'm not really sure which is going to be the game of the round, because also Pham's game versus Prokhorov was so beautiful, but I think he has a very serious competitor.
Yeah, we give 3 awards today for these amazing games to all these participants. You guys, this has been truly thrilling to see all these players battling it out in unconditional fight, and we have to actually memorize some of their names because we feel that there will be the future of chess. It has been round 9 at FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. We will meet each other tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European Time. It's time to say goodbye.